level, because if you get into bad habits here, it can hurt you. So I think that West Indies are looking to win, to bring what they keep saying, pride back to their cricket, and they don't want to go down 5-0. Don't want to lose this game. But England, on the other hand, I like what Josh Butler said. Because you win the toss, that doesn't mean that you can win the game.
No, absolutely.
So England are looking to play this game. England obviously are looking to win this game and go 4-0 up. And you have to keep that intensity up. Winning is a habit. Losing can also be a habit. So England want to continue their winning ways. And it's going to be interesting to see how they set a total on this surface. The same surface that they use on Thursday, which I'm surprised. Because the next T20, the final one, is Sunday.
Yep.
So, well, we just saw a test series, Pakistan and
well,
England.
yes, let's not go there.
But I thought I would have gone on a different pitch. But obviously, they're using the same surface. It looks better. Obviously, it's red hot in the in St. Lucia, so there's no problem with the outfield. So I believe that this surface should be true, give good value for your shots on the outfield, and hopefully we'll see a good target here set by England.
Just going back to that batting first and the toss thing, though, I know exactly what you're saying about this is international cricket. It's important to win, but when are you supposed to practice? I mean, so I actually looked at this earlier. The last 9 times England have lost the toss in T20s, only 3 times have they won the game. 5 losses, 1 no result. And of the 5 losses, 4 of those have come batting first. So England don't know how to set a target batting first in this form of the game. So the only way you get better at that, surely, is by doing it.
I think you get better by batting properly in the first when you're batting first, and that was West Indies' downfall. They did not bat the power play as well, and they end up struggling. I think England would have learned from what West Indies have done in 3 previous T20s. I think that when you're batting first, you have to assess the pitch conditions. Turner is making his debut. Congratulations to him. We saw him in the ODIs. Yes. I hope that the guys would have done their homework. And you know what kills me? And I should use that word. What bothers me is that they have a guy called an analyst who's supposed to be analytical, a lot of big language. But yet you see them go out there and do the same things over and over and over. And you're asking yourself, do they listen to the analyst? Is he drawing lines on the pieces of paper, or is he writing? What is he doing? Because if Turner comes here and hit his straps, you know he can bowl fast. You got to be cognizant of what he can do, and you try to counter attack. England have won the toss. Obviously, it'll be Salt and Jacks. They obviously would have looked at Obey McCoy. They know what he brings to the West Indies team. He's left hand. He's at a farm fast, medium fast. They should know what he's going to bring and apply themselves. I think batting first in any cricket match, it calls for application, and that has been lacking at West Indies in these 3 T20s. The batters have not applied themselves. It's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see how England goes about it batting first. But I don't think England will make the same mistakes that West Indies would have made in those 3 previous T20s. Well,
absolutely. I'm glad you brought us onto that. I wanted to mention that. In the power play so far, first T20 Barbados, West Indies 58 for 3. Second T20 in Barbados, West Indies 44 for 3. First T20 in St. Lucia, 6 overs, West Indies 39 for 5. What was it? Einstein said that the definition of what was it? It's basically it was stupidity, was doing the same thing over and over again and expecting something different to happen. They've got to learn from that. That you cannot be. I mean, there's the stats out there about if you're 3 wickets down inside the power play, you only win X%, and it's a very small number. If you're 5 wickets down, you've got next to no chance. They've got to learn this lesson, and quickly.
Yeah, but we're playing a style of T20 game that we played in 2016. The head coach was the captain of that victorious 2016 T20 squad for West Indies. And he's brought the same approach now in 2024. There isn't a lot of change. The thing is, in 2024, we don't have those power players of 2016. So you'll find yourself behind the 8 ball in 2024 playing this power game, going hard at the top. To me, that is rubbish. In cricket, when you open batting, and as 2 openers, you go into a team meeting, they say the openers laid the foundation. If your foundation is going to be 35 for 6 or 35 for 5, let me tell you, you're in sand. So, first of all, the openers, whoever they are, well, Sheer Hope and Evan Lewis in this situation here for West Indies, this game, when they get their chance to bat, they have to lay the foundation. They should bat the 6 overs properly. If you get 50, 60 in 6 overs without loss, you're in the game. So the opening pair they must lay a good foundation so that the rest of the batting can build on it. But if you go and you go helter-skelter from ball one and every over you lose no wicket, you're going to struggle. You were lucky to get up to a respectable total the other night in St. Lucia. You don't have Shepherd now. So your batting is a little weaker than before. Because Shepherd would have come in the bottom and add some muscle. You don't have him. You don't have that firepower. Hetmeyer is not scoring. He's been struggling. Roston Chase is still not as fluent as we expect him to be. So you weaken your batting. So if you're going to go hard in your power play and find yourself 35 for 5, but Crapo smoke your pipe and Bob is your uncle, you can get bowled for less than 100. And I would hope that England be learning from that and come out in this power play and bat sensible on the pitch. Look to just, as you said, they want to practice batting first and getting the openers to weather the storm. Bat those power play overs properly, lay a foundation, and then build. Not go helter-skelter and lose 5 or 6 wickets in the power play and you're fighting to get back into the game. That's not what it's all about.
West Indies have won the toss. They put England into bat first in this 4th T20 international. Quickly take you through the teams. Shai Hope and Evan Lewis will open for the West Indies when they bat later. Nicholas Pooran, Rovman Powell, Shimron Hetmeyer, Shafane Rutherford, Roston Chase, Gudakesh Moti, Akil Hussain, Alzari Joseph and Obed McCoy for the home side. For England it's one change with John Turner coming in for... he's come in for Jofra Archer, hasn't he, of course. Phil Salt, Will Jacks, Joss Butler, Jacob Bethel, Liam Livingston, Sam Curran, Dan Mosley, Jamie Overton, Rayan Ahmed, John Turner and Sakid Mahmood. Those are the 11s on duty. First ball, 15 minutes away here on talkSPORT 2.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
20 cricket live. The West Indies versus England. On talkSPORT 2. Every ball, every run, and every wicket. International T20 cricket live. The West Indies versus England.
Driven and caught! What a catch!
On talkSPORT 2.
Very good evening to you. It is talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, bringing you this fourth T20 international between England and the West Indies. England, of course, pushing for a clean sweep. They're 3-0 up, having played 3 so far, 2 more to go. Can they make it 4-0 this evening and then 5-0 tomorrow? Final match is this time tomorrow, so we'll round it up for you tomorrow evening, as well as every ball of this series is exclusively live. England are batting first after the West Indies have finally won the toss. Will that affect the odds? Well, let's get an update with William Hill.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
And Lee Phelps is the man with all the odds for us this evening. Good evening, Lee.
Good evening, and yes, it did change them slightly. I mean, if you've been with us all the way through, then you'll know that generally in these T20s, especially between West Indies and England, it's even money one side, 4-5 the other. Well, it was when West Indies even money before, and that's the way they've gone with the toss, 4-5. They've just switched out, and England now even money. Look, you know, there's tight prices at these matches, but I think England were a touch of value, as you've just said, 3-0 up. I mean, it was the West Indies' 6th loss in 7 T20s to England. So England really flying at the moment. I guess the only problem they've got really is complacency, if anything. The batting's been a disappointment for the West Indies for me. So you don't have a real high score to look for if you're looking at their top run scorers. But I'm focusing on England here again. You know, I think they've had some real standout performers. Steve Harmison with the ball, 9 wickets across the series so far. And Phil Salt, look, despite the fact that the last 2 innings have been a little bit disappointing, you know, it was great during the ODIs. Obviously, he had that unbeaten century in the first T20. I think, look, if he can see off Akeal Hussain, I like him to be top bat again. I know that's a big if because it's been his nemesis for the last 2 matches. But Phil Salt to be top England run scorer has been enhanced from 5-2 out to 3-1. If you're looking for a West Indies top run scorer, and like I say, you might not even need that bigger score, the Shai Hope is pushed out from 11-4 to 100-30 to be the West Indies top run scorer. By the way, it's 12-1 the double for Salt and Hope to be top run scorers, clear top run scorers that is, for their respective teams. So I'm with England again, even money to win, and I'll go Phil Salt to be top run scorer for England at 3-1.
Thanks very much for that one, Lee. Yeah, I can also chuck in another little stat if you want to back England that make you feel a little bit better. They played 6 T20 internationals in St Lucia. They've won 5 of them and lost 1. And the loss wasn't against the West Indies. It was against South Africa in the World Cup back in June. So that might make you feel a little bit better as well. The latest odds with William Hill. It is over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Right, let's hear from the England camp. England batter Will Jacks has managed to get 87 runs across the series so far, and earlier on this afternoon he spoke with our reporter Cameron Ponsonby.
Well, Jacks, thanks for your time. Just from a personal perspective, how have you assessed your own trip to the Caribbean?
It's been a bit stop-start personally. I think in the one day it's pretty frustrated with myself. It's a really good opportunity, 50-over cricket to bat for a long period of time, and there's a few dismissals I was disappointed with. And the last few games in the T20s, I got a couple of 30s, which is nice to get those starts. It's frustrating not to kick on more, but from a team perspective, we've won all those games, so I can't be too disappointed. That's what we're here for, obviously, and we're trying to finish on a high these last 2 games.
You're back opening the batting after Josh Buttler's dropped down to 3. How much of a confidence boost did you take from that Buttler kind of wanted to back you and give you all 5 opportunities across this series? Yeah,
it's really nice, especially when it comes from someone like Josh. He's very adaptable himself, so he's very happy batting wherever, and so am I. I've kind of got used to that number 3 role. I think I've opened more than half my games playing for England, but I've had a bit of a mix. It's nice to be opening. It's where I've done most of my time. But then again, I've got to repay that faith, repay that reward, which at the moment is like I said, I've got those starts. It'd be nice to kick on and put in some match-winning performances.
We've not seen masses of you with the ball this trip. Is that a frustration for you at all? Yeah,
I'd love to be bowling more. I think it's difficult when we've got so many options. Obviously, Dan Mousley's come in and bowled brilliantly at the death, which is a point of difference, and that's great for him. I'd love to bowl more. It's just you've got to take it day by day and see when you need it.
Just on today, we're on the same wickets we were on Thursday. We've got a big crosswind blowing. How are you expecting conditions to play out?
Yeah, different from the other night. The outfield is a lot drier, so expecting it to be a bit faster, so probably some more boundaries. But there was no wind the other night and a massive breeze today, so we just have to probably take that wind into account when we bat and bowl, and be smart with that. And the pitch, I think it's difficult to read pitches out here, if I'm honest, and it's the same one as the other night, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
The series has obviously been won 3-0. Has there been any discussion in the dressing room about whether, if you do win the toss tonight, or this afternoon even, you might choose to bat and kind of try and win against the head?
Not that I'm aware of, but whatever we do, we've spoken about before the series. We know how hard it is to bat first and win here in the Caribbean, so we've spoken about being ready for that, because obviously you can't expect to bat second every game. So if that happens, yeah, we've got to play really well to that, be really smart, play good cricket, and it would be brilliant to win batting first. But like you said, we've won the series. We'd love to win it 5-0 because that's really important. And
just finally, your name was obviously in the IPL auction. Have you had any talks with RCB about potentially being back there? How does that all work in this kind of period of time going into the auction in a couple of weeks?
Nothing really. We're here playing for England. That's all that really matters at the moment.
And can I ask one more question about that? I remember after your century for RCB, there was that amazing photo of you and Virat Kohli where he was kind of gasping what you'd just done. You said at the time you might try and get it framed up and stick it on the wall. Did that ever happen?
Yeah, my girlfriend got it printed out for me, which was really nice, and I've got it at home.
Perfect. Will, thanks very much and best of luck today.
Thank you.
Will Jacks speaking earlier on this afternoon with Cameron Ponsonby. Well, obviously we now know that England are batting first in this game, not through their own design. The West Indies finally managed to win a toss, and therefore they elected to stick England in. So all of that talk about potentially England batting first and using it as an opportunity to learn, well, they'll get that chance in round about 6 or so minutes' time. Philo Wallace has moved out of the commentary box for the next few minutes. Delighted to say that Machel St Patrick Hewitt has made it back from the Caribbean from his stint earlier on in Barbados, and joins us in the box this evening. How are you, mate?
I'm very good, thank you, and delighted to be back here in the studio, and hopefully I will bring some good fortune. But I'm not saying for which team, but no, hopefully I'll bring some good fortune. But yes, certainly been a one-sided series thus far, and possibly surprisingly so. Even the staunchest of England fans wouldn't have expected it to be 3-0 already.
So let's turn that around. What were the West Indies fans expecting, and what's the reaction been in the Caribbean to being 3-0 down at home? And we keep going back to that power play. I mean, 3 wickets, and 5 wickets. It's appalling.
I'm glad you used that word, appalling. It is appalling. I think the reaction is the West Indies team going into the World Cup, and even after the World Cup when they played South Africa in that bilateral series immediately after it, they've actually had a very good run in T20 cricket. And I spoke to a few of the players when I was out in the Caribbean, and they genuinely believed that they could have won that World Cup in the Caribbean. I'm not so sure about that, but they certainly thought they could win it. And I think there was very much a feel-good factor that Darren Sammy has brought to the T20 team. But I kind of look back to something that happened in Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka, they lost a couple of games, and Darren, I think foolishly so, came out in the media and said, well, West Indies have won the moral victory after they'd lost the game. And ever since then, we haven't won a game. So I do just look back at something like that and think, I'm not sure that's the message you send your side when you lose. And just to give listeners at home the context for why he said that, Sri Lanka ground staff had prepared a wicket that basically spun from ball one, and West Indies got spun out. Sammy spoke about moral victories and so on and so forth, and I just... You've got to walk the walk, you know. You can't just talk a good game, and the reality of these 3 defeats is it's the nature of the defeat. You can lose games, everyone loses cricket games, but you at least have to look competitive.
Absolutely. And they've lost their last 5 T20 internationals, the West Indies. You mentioned as well, just like the optics of things, and Philo Wallace was very unhappy for the last few days. Nicholas Pooran got to 100 T20 internationals for the West Indies, and only today, in the huddle ahead of today's game, have they made a presentation to him. They've given him a shirt with 100 on the back, despite the fact it's his 102nd today. So either wait till the last one of the series, but no, you do it randomly in the 4th one if you don't do it on the day itself. It all feels a bit slapdash.
Yes, and what I would predict or say is that I guarantee nobody in Cricket West Indies administration knew Nicholas Pooran was about to hit 100 until the media told them they'd hit 100. I guarantee that's what would have happened, because there's no other logical explanation for why you'd only do the shirt or the presentation and recognition so late on.
Well, the players are on the way out. Will Jackson, Phil Salt will take guards after the West Indies won the toss and chose to bowl. Phil Salt, Will Jacks, Joss Buttler, Jacob Bethel, Liam Livingston, Sam Curran, Dan Mosley, Jamie Overton, Rayan Ahmed, Saqib Mahmood and John Turner. John Turner on debut. In for Jofra Archer today. West Indies making a couple of changes. Shafane Rutherford and Obed McCoy into the side for them. As I mentioned earlier, if you weren't with us, Obed McCoy into the squad because Matthew Ford picked up a thigh injury. So Obed McCoy into the squad and into the side. Umpires today, Gregory Breffett and Zahid Basarath. Dayton Butler will be on TV duty should he be required. But we are about ready to go. A glorious day. Thank the Lord for that.
Indeed. I'm just glad that the outfield isn't in the same conditions that it was after Game 3. Have you ever seen an outfield with that much... Was it sand? With that much...
It was a mixture of sand and kitty litter, we came to the conclusion.
Yeah, one of the worst outfields I've seen in an international match for sure.
It was not good. Right, Obed McCoy straight into the side and is going to take the first over, the big left armer. It's his 39th T20 international, 27 years of age. He will be left arm over from the commentary box end. One slip in place, short third, and Phil Salt is the man waiting. Bat raised, here comes Obed McCoy, and it's hammered to short extra cover for no run. My goodness, that was hit hard, and Shea Hope's just taken that like it's gently tossed to him and no problem at all. No run, but that was hit savagely hard.
Yeah, I was watching the ball as if it was going to the boundary, only to see the cameraman. The cameraman was following my eye line as well. But yeah, that was very nonchalant from Shea Hope there. Either side of him, and it's a certain 4.
He's a big unit, is Obed McCoy. He's in, once again, left arm over, swinging into the pads of Salt, and he's clipped it through wide mid-on for 4. He didn't get the boundary from the first ball, he did get it from the second. That one started too straight, swung in, and only made contact with the middle of the bat. 4 without loss.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how England get going in this power play. I think everyone's made quite a lot of, and possibly rightly so, the importance of the toss, and it'll just be intriguing to see now that West Indies have won the toss, how much swing and movement do they get in the first 6 overs, or was that good England bowling or possibly bad West Indian bowling, depending on what happens.
107 runs for Phil Salt in the series so far from 63 balls. Obed McCoy in once again. He's taken Salt on the pad. Jax is offering to come from the non-striker's end, and there is no run. Oh, that's a bit of... oh, that is terrible cricket. I was about to say messy cricket. That is going to be 4 leg byes. So it came off the pad into the leg side. The fielder comes in, picks it up, wangs it back towards the keeper, but doesn't find the keeper, and it goes down to the third boundary for 4. It's Shafane Rutherford who cleared the keeper by about a metre.
He threw that like he'd never thrown a cricket ball before, like someone was holding his shoulder back. Did you see it? You know when you throw a ball to like a 3-year-old, they try and throw it and they don't know how. I think what happened was he was going to throw it really hard, and then he went, oh, he's not quite ready, and then he's ended up stopping halfway through.
I'll take some off it, and oh my good. But good evening, Jarrod Kimber, by the way. He was with us once again. Well, that's an entertaining start.
Sloppy cricket to start. 8 runs already off the first 3 balls. Let's see if Obed McCoy can respond with a tight remainder of this over.
Obed McCoy in. Swing and a miss from Salt. I get the feeling that Salt's feeling Obed McCoy's pace is not going to trouble him that much, because that was a stand and deliver aiming over mid-wicket, and it's through to the keeper, no run.
I think what's quite interesting as well, Obed, is what cricket has he been playing prior to... Obed hasn't played since the CPL. So we're looking at... Obviously, he may have played some domestic cricket in in
his last T20 international was in August when they played against South Africa in Tarouba. So certainly internationally. In goes Obed McCoy, and it's launched back over his head by Phil Salt, and it bounces just short of the boundary sponge. The over, well, officially it'll be 8 on the bowler, but it's 12 on the scoreboard with the extras. 5 balls in, 12 without loss. Obed McCoy is looking a little bit stiff at the moment.
Yes, that's the exact word I'd use. His run-up doesn't feel smooth. He's never been the smoothest of runners, but it's very jerky as he's running into the crease. Every ball thus far has looked like a bit of a loosener. And a very expensive start.
Yeah, the trouble is he's 5 looseners in now. Final ball of the over, slips out, by the way. Obed McCoy in, short ball, and Phil Salt has gone on the pull. Now that's a slower one into the pitch that did Phil Salt for pace. I mean, he was only bowling 130 odd to start with. That one was down at 119. 12 without loss after the first over here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Phil Salt's got 8, having faced all 6 deliveries. Will Jacks will now get to join the party with the second over.
The reason why the West Indies like Obed McCoy and have always liked Obed McCoy isn't just because of his left arm angle, which is rare in and of itself in the Caribbean, but he does bowl a lot of variations, and we saw that with that final ball, the slower ball. He also has quite a lot of off-cutters, can zip in a Yorker, but we'll see how he returns later on.
Interesting, he's gone a slower ball already. I can kind of see why after just getting whacked, but he's got a great back-of-the-hand slower ball. So when he first started, he was basically a guy who would just bowl either short or back-of-the-hand slower balls. He's a bit better than that, but he can... especially when he's a little bit stiff, he can sometimes just be a little bit too length and get hit, if that makes sense. So he's not he doesn't move the ball laterally a long way. At his best in the old days, Mash, he didn't really bowl much in the power play.
No,
they would bowl him in almost
he was a death bowler,
almost the last 10 overs.
Yeah,
Alzari Joseph's going to get the second over of the match, and he is right arm over, and that's down the leg side, taking Will Jacks on the pad. And it'll actually run through to the keeper off of the underside of the thigh pad. Oh, actually, I think it missed the underside of the thigh pad, judging by the grimace on Will Jack's face. And there is no run. Of course, we've mentioned this every time Obed McCoy comes up, but he was with you at St Lucia, Jarrod.
Yeah, I think that might have been his breakthrough season when he was with us, Mash. He might have played a couple.
2016.
2018?
2018.
Was he around before then? I remember him being this... Brad Hodge was the coach, and the general manager, Mohammed Khan, said to Brad Hodge on the first night, he said, "You're going to like the physicality of this man." And to be fair, he did look like he was about 8 foot taller than Brad Hodge.
Joseph is in once again, full and straight. Jack's pushing down the pitch. Will beat Moti to it at mid-on, and they easily take a single. That one 142 kilometres an hour from Alzari Joseph. 13 without loss England in the second over.
Doesn't seem to be much swing on offer, but we have to mitigate that by the fact that neither Alzari Joseph or Obed McCoy are swing bowlers. The most natural swing bowler that West Indies have is Matthew Ford, but of course he's injured and has been replaced by Obed McCoy. So
Kyle May is the most natural.
Well, yeah, yes.
I saw him in the Super 50 the other day bowling.
But it doesn't look like, I mean, it's bright sunshine, so it doesn't look as...
It looks an up and down kind of day, doesn't it? Alzari Joseph is in. Oh my goodness, Phil Salt has gone down on one knee outside of off stump and is trying to swing this to deep fine leg. I think he's actually appealing to the umpire for a wide down the leg side. The umpire says, no, you can't move like that and then claim it's down the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, this is good umpiring, I think. But if he stands in his place and that goes down the leg side and misses his pads, isn't it a wide? I suppose the only difference is how early he moved. If he moves as the bowler's coming in, and it was about as the bowler was coming in, the umpire might say, no, you changed what a wide was. That hits you in the thigh pad otherwise. But it isn't often, Mac, you see a ball go down the leg side and not get given wides. If he'd got anything of that, it'd still be travelling.
Short extra cover is in place. Come out from slip. Sorry, Joseph. Is he going to pitch one up and get one caught? You can hear Phil Salt I was going to say tapping the bat. He's doing more than tapping the bat on the ground. Now he raises it as Alzari Joseph is in. Takes him on the pads once again. Another ball that's going down the leg side. ricochets out towards shortish mid-wicket, and there is no run. A single from 4 balls from this over so far.
I mean, compared to the first over with Obed McCoy, I think the extra pace of Alzarri Joseph is causing, I wouldn't say problems, but it's not as easy. The Obed McCoy over looked like the balls were just standing up to be hit. Very much, I think, as Jarrod alludes to, length balls, whereas Alzarri Joseph is zipping them in on a fuller length.
He's definitely doing more than just putting them there, isn't he? Here he is once again. Phil Salt's backing away. This time it's a good delivery from Alzarri Joseph. And Salt's in the... well, he's trying to sort of flat bat it through the cover region, but it only ends up going back to the bowler and his follow-through, and there's no run. 5 balls of the over gone. 1 single, 13 without loss.
Each one of those deliveries has been a leg side-ish delivery, which you have to assume is deliberate, that they're trying to cramp Salt up and not allow him to free his arms, which possibly is why Salt's trying to go inside out almost.
To finish the over, he's on his toes, is Phil Salt. He's punched it to square cover, who's gone down in a long barrier position but forgot to close the gate, and it's gone straight through his hands between his fingers. Is that Shimron Hetmyer?
Yes, it is.
And I tell you what, Alzarri Joseph is not a very happy man at the best of times. That's gone for 2, by the way, to end the second over at 15 without loss. What would really annoy me if I'm Alzarri Joseph is Shimron Hetmyer was giggling about that. And as we know, Alzari's got a fairly short fuse. That would knock the heck out of me if he was giggling and I'm the bowler.
It's just as well Alzari's on his best behaviour at this moment in time. If he hadn't already walked off the pitch in Barbados, I think he'd be doing it right now. Or sorry, in Antigua, he'd be doing it right now.
The interesting thing about that was that it actually went at a decent pace as well, Mac, because it wasn't really pushed with any strength at all. So the outfield's obviously, well, I mean, anything would be quicker than the other night, but it's a little bit more. But the other thing we've seen here is with 2 genuine seam bowlers, they decided Akil Hassan to bowl the 3rd over match.
Right, so that tells me that they bowled McCoy just to see if there was... I can only assume they did just to see if there was any swing on offer, because Akil usually bowls in the...
Yeah,
well, they did this in the last game. They did... Akil bowled the 3rd over, and they went...
He?
Yes. So that was actually quite pleasing to see that they didn't just stick with it. They did go seam both ends, and then Akil bowled the 3rd over, and Romario Shepherd had bowled the 2nd, and he then took the 4th as well. So it looks like this is now the new plan. So Akil Hussain is going to bowl left arm around, and Will Jacks is walking across his stumps and hammering this to Evan Lewis at long on for a single. 16 without loss, West Indies here on talkSPORT 2.
I think if I'm an opening batter, I would prefer to face Akil Hassan with the slightly older ball, because the new ball, there's so much lacquer on it, because obviously they have to dye these balls, so they keep extra lacquer on them, and it just slides on. I'm not saying he's not a danger in the 3rd over, but I think in the 1st over he's a particular danger, because if you get it slightly wrong, it's just through you.
Akil Hussain in for the 2nd time, this time to Salt. Oh, he's short and wide, and Salt has hammered this. He's not timed it completely perfectly, but it will go into the boundary sponge away for 4. That was short, wide, begging to be hit, and Phil Salt obliged. England 20 without loss.
That one looked like it slipped out of his hand almost, but it's definitely a rank long hop that deserved to be put away.
He needs that newer ball.
Phil Salt, 14 from 11.
Now go back to work, boys, back to work.
Akil Hussain waits. And now walks in once again. He gets to the crease, delivers left arm around, and it's short again. And Salt has slapped this all the way over cow corner for 6, and that's into the concession stands. It's almost like England have said, Akil Hussain, you're not going to just bowl at us, because he's been brilliant in this series. 5 wickets at 13.2 from 12 overs bowled. It feels like a plan from England, this, to get after the West Indies' most impressive bowler so far. But he's just bowled 2 balls that have enabled Phil Salt to free his arms here, Mash.
Yeah, that one was just too short, which is... I'm not used to seeing Akil do that twice in an over, much less once.
Hussein is in. This time he's on leg stump, decent length. Salt will go to long on, and they'll take a single, 27 without loss.
I've got his stats here. He has bowled, this is in the last 3 years. He's bowled 444 balls in the first over, 374 in the third over. He's going at 5.33 runs in the first over and 8.4 runs in the second. So there's a big jump up. There's a big jump up between those overs in general, but not usually that big, if that makes sense.
Okay, that is interesting. Keeler Saint for the 5th ball. And again, Jacks goes across his stumps, swings across the line. An appeal for LBW. Gregory Brathwaite straight away says no. Now, Akil's going, hang on a minute, lads, that's gun barrel straight. And my first reaction, the only thing that's saving him is the bounce. And I think that's going over the top.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jax is down on one knee, but I thought bounce straight away. And it doesn't look like that. Yeah, Rodman Powell's not interested in that. But you can see why Akil Hussain went up.
Not away. Half. It was very straight, wasn't it? But yeah, it was too high. I think I don't think any of them really seriously thought about it. Rodman Powell seemed to be the first one to say, I don't know where he's fielding, but he seemed to be the first one to say, no, it's not for us.
I think the bowler wanted a little bit of love. He wanted a bit more support and to have at least a discussion and then go, no, we're not going to review it. Akil Hussain to finish the over. Down the pitch comes Jacks, launches Akil Hussain back over his head for a massive 6. That clears the boundary sponge, the advertising hoardings, and pretty much everything else that's in there as well. That's a monster of a shot from Jacks. Akil Hussain's over, definitely been targeted. 1 over for 18. England 33 without loss after 3.
Yeah, it feels like a tactical decision to not let Akil Hussain settle into any kind of groove today. But I think Akil also has to look at where those deliveries were landing in that over. Each one felt just... He didn't send in the quicker one at any point, and he has got a quicker ball. I just wonder if he was trying to see if the surface was giving him anything. And we've seen 3 overs now, and apart from Alzari pitching it up, we've not really seen anything deviate off the surface. If anything, it's holding up to be hit.
Well, to give you an idea of how much of an outlier that over has been this series, Akil Hussain's numbers, 0 for 20 from 4 overs in the first game in Barbados, 1 for 24 from 4 overs in the second game in Barbados, and 4 for 22 from 4 on Thursday evening. So 1 over costing 18 is a massive outlier from what we've seen in this series so far. Obid McCoy's going to bowl the 4th over to Phil Salt. Left arm over. It's a shorter, slower ball. Salt turns it to square leg. Obid McCoy will have to field that one himself because he is the nearest one to it, and they'll take a single, 34 without loss. Jarrod.
So this is the 4th game, right? Just making sure I got this right. So he's bowled 72 balls so far and conceded 66 runs. So this is worse than that, based on today. And he was also averaging 13 before today. So he's been their only bowler. Like, I don't want to overhype him, but literally it's been Akil Hussain and things they found behind the sofa. Like, that's what we've seen from the West Indies so far. So I think you're right, Macca. I think this is them going, he's not bowling the first over. He's not going to slip one through us. Let's have it, take some chances off him.
Also, he's not bowling hand grenades. Obid McCoy is in. That's outside of off stump. Backing away is Jacks, and that's 2 bounces for 4 over extra cover. Jacks goes to 12 from 6 balls faced. Only England 38 without loss. And at the moment, the Obid McCoy experiment, what a band they were, I'm not sure is working that well for the West Indies.
Outside of his slower ball, Obed doesn't really look like he's got the things in his locker that are needed to threaten Jacks or Salt. He's not gone full either. And I'm surprised that after 3.2 overs being bowled, there's yet to be any real deviation from the plan from the West Indies. But this is certainly looking like a much truer pitch than what we've seen thus far in the series.
If you weren't with us at the toss, it is the same pitch as we played on Thursday, which is a bit of a surprise, but it's playing pretty well. In goes Obid McCoy again. Jacks has just lashed that one into the leg side, and it'll land 6 metres short of the boundary sponge. It went a very high. They're going to come back for a third, but the throw has taken Obid McCoy away from the stumps. So they'll get 3. It was a massive shot. It went about 95 metres, 85 of them vertically. That England get 3, 41 without loss, and England are putting the hammer down.
That didn't feel like too bad of a delivery there I'll bet McCoy, but it speaks to how Will Jackson feels sort of possibly seeing the ball this early on. But because it was fuller, he wasn't able to get the bat completely underneath it, which is possibly why it didn't go all the way over the boundary rope and plugged in the outfield.
Under McCoy in once again. Phil Salt with a nice guided sort of back cut drive. It's straight to Roston Chase at point, though, and there's no run.
So same pitch for both games. So can I tell you a story about when I worked for St Lucia? We played on a surface where I think it was used for the third time. It was a great surface, and I think the first two games there was something like 800 runs scored over the first two games. Like, just a ridiculously good surface. And I've never worked in the CPL before, so I went up to Darren Sammy and Andre Fletcher and the curator, and I said, look, what's going to happen when this pitch is used a third time?
Obi McCoy is in. It's down the leg side. Turned into the leg side by Salt. They're going to push hard. They've got one. Mosi will field 3 metres outside of the 30-metre circle. He prevents the second 42 without loss.
And that's the best I could do. I don't think there'd ever been 3 games played on the same wicket before, and no one could remember it. They all said it won't change. This is what this wicket does. Once it's like this wicket, it just stays exactly the same. So I told the team that. We bowled out for 70, I think. If I remember. I mean, it might not have been 70. Maybe it was 85. But it was a good... I remember, and Corin Barlow saying to me, see, this is why stats don't work. I said, stats! I asked your people!
There's nothing to do with the stats. Final ball of the over. Obi McCoy is in. It's whipped off of leg stump by Will Jacks down to deep backward square. Evan Lewis will field. 4 overs are in the book, everybody. England put into bat by the West Indies. West Indies winning the first toss. Well, since about black and white TV. They put England in 40. Oh my!
Can you explain that, Macca?
No. People might be having dinner at this time of the evening. Let's just... I'll put it this way. Will Jacks has just made a mess of the grill of his batting helmet, and that's as far as I'm going. 43 without loss after 4 overs. McCoy has bowled 2, Joseph and Hussain 1 apiece, and England are, well, they are setting a platform, Nash.
Yeah, most definitely, and again, it speaks to something Jarrod said earlier, that the West Indies don't really have a T20 bowling lineup that can afford starts like this. They can bowl well if they've been given a bowling foundation, but to bring the game back, you're already looking and thinking who's the person they'll turn to.
Well, the best bowler, or the best seam bowler, Alzari Joseph. Oh my goodness, he's in. And Jacks has launched this one over long on into the stands. It comes down in the 3rd row of seats. And Alzari Joseph's first ball of the new over. And it was a slower ball, but it wasn't slow when it left the bat of Will Jacks. He's now well into the 20s. It was an off spinner that spun into the middle of Will Jacks' bat and disappeared over long on for 6.
If they haven't thought about deviating their tactics, I think that shot will make them think so. I mean, Alzari bowled a very good first over, but Will Jackson feels sort of seeing this like a beach ball right now.
49 without loss for England. In goes Alzari Joseph. It's mistimed. It's an attacking shot from Jacks. He'll get it wide of mid-on, and because it is wide of mid-on, they'll take a couple and bring up the England 50. 51 without loss, 4 overs and 2 balls to get there. But it's Adam and the Ants cricket at the moment from England. It's stand and deliver.
Yeah, I think Alzari Joseph, just for variation, should think about bowling a couple of short balls, just to see. He's got the pace to be able to do it, so I'm surprised he's not tried that as yet, because Sultan Jacks are seeing this on length quite easily.
Alzari is in once again. Goes short ball. Jacks goes on the pull. Doesn't get all of it. Gets enough of it to get it to Shimron Hetmeyer at deep square leg, and they will take a single. 52 without loss.
There you go. You got one, Mash, and a miss hit. You bowl a length ball, slower ball. Next one, and get hit over cover for 6.
The only problem is, though, it was a no ball.
That's on Mash, isn't it?
No, I mean, it was the right thing to do. I didn't tell him to bowl a no ball as well.
Yeah, but he pushed him. You pushed him. He wasn't ready for the short ball.
And it's a pretty big no ball at that as well.
Yeah, it's a few centimetres. Every batter in the land will go, why do bowlers do that? All you got to do is get some part of your foot behind the line. And bowlers turn around and say, well, you come and have a go then. It's not that easy. Right, so it's a free hit. So Phil Salt can try and larrup this to St Kitts. Joseph goes in. That's a really good delivery. Full Yorker length. And Salt is trying to hit it to St Kitts, but only inside edges it onto his foot, and it dribbles out on the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think for all the recent criticism and condemnation feels too strong, but it was, of Alzarri Joseph's behaviour, he is still the premier white ball bowler in the Caribbean. And actually, that previous ball is part of the frustration with Alzarri, because he's able to do things like that seemingly at will. Just consistency.
He arrives at the crease this time, and a swing and a miss from Phil Salt. 140 kilometres an hour, that one, outside of off stump, and Salt was just trying to give it licks, really, through the covers. Doesn't make any contact, through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, again, that one a bit quicker, 140 plus. I don't know if pace on is the answer on this wicket, but we'll see. I think the next key phase of this game will be what happens outside the power play and the field spreads, but obviously England have got off to a fantastic start thus far.
Well, I think we found out what's not the key so far this evening, so you might as well go through all of the plans to find it. Joseph is in once again. Salt has pulled this one out to the leg side. Rutherford doesn't go for the catch at deep mid-wicket. Lets it bounce in front of him.
Well, he didn't go for the catch, and Phil Salt didn't go for the run. He must got run out because he just stood there.
I think that's because he thought Rutherford was going to go for the catch. What you heard on the effects mic there was Alzarri Joseph letting out a few disagreements. He's reined himself in well, though, hasn't he? He's still there.
He's still on the field.
He should, but Rutherford should have run in, surely. At least make a dive for it.
I mean, when you're 3-0 down in a series, you've got to show a bit, haven't you? I mean, I know it's a potential dentist bill waiting to happen, but you've got to support your fast bowlers. We've already seen one terrible piece of fielding result in 4 overthrows, which, by the way, was Rutherford as well. So
Yes.
wouldn't you try and make up for it by at least giving it a go? I don't know. 1 ball left of the 5th over then. Salt's got 24 from 19. Jack's 25 from 11. And it's Jacks who is on strike. And the West Indies are posting a deep backward point on the boundary. So this could be short and wide and playing for a Jack's uppercut. In goes Joseph. It's a short ball. It's a swing into the leg side, but it comes off of Jack's gloves. And it'll be caught by the keeper. And there's no celebration again from Alzarri Joseph. He's walking off, head down. It's as if he's the batter who's just got out.
I think that just speaks to the general frustration Alzarri Joseph feels with cricket. I think he feels he should have had far more international wickets given what tends to happen to him. But ultimately, Jarrod, the short ball ploy worked, which is what I thought Alzarri should be doing given his pace.
I think it was 3 misses in a row. So, yeah, we saw, I think 2 of the play and misses off Obed were shorter balls as well. So I think there's still, I know this is going to look a little bit silly because they're 54 for 1, but I actually think there's a little bit in this wicket still, Macca.
You keep talking, Jarrod, because we're going to get out of the way because Jon Norman and Philo Wallace are coming in.
I just don't think at the moment they have their sort of lateral, the bowlers with the ability to move the ball laterally to take anything out of this wicket. And so it hasn't looked as good. And then Akil Hassan didn't bowl very well, and Shafane Rutherford threw one over someone's head, and all the things that you don't want to do early on. But I don't think this is a 54 for 1 pitch in the way that the ball is coming on. We've seen a couple of plays and misses, but there is no lateral movement. And that's what England have realised, that there's nothing going on sideways, so they can just swing through the line. But in that case, he just followed Will Jacks. It wasn't a traditional short ball, really. He followed Will Jacks a little bit there, and then it punched it really up in the air, and there were 2 fielders that could have caught it. Didn't Puran drop something like that the other night, though, John?
He did. It was a more difficult chance, the drop there, wasn't it? It was coming over his shoulder, and he managed to overrun it. Joseph was the bowler again, though, wasn't he? It was a short delivery. It came in the space of maybe 4 or 5 deliveries when Liam Livingstone was dropped twice. Both times by Puran. One standing up behind the stumps, the spinner Hussain, and once short delivery.
He dropped 3 times, Livingston.
He was Hetmeyer as well.
Out in the boundary. That was a tough one.
That was a toughie. But the other 2, well, and it was quite a close game in the end, wasn't it?
They probably win if Puran takes one of his 2.
Probably. You'd think it was, but it wasn't. Hussain, whose first over went for 18. He's going to bowl a second over in the power play. 54 for 1 then. You're listening to talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel as Hussain is in. This is going to be plenty of flights, very full. And Salt, who, as many of the English batters have been doing throughout this series, has been giving himself a lot of room, but can't steer the ball past the fielder at point. So a wicket has fallen. Will Jacks has gone, caught behind. Butler yet to face, and this is flatter. And again, Salt exposing all 3 stumps, and this is actually aerial, not too far from the bowler as well, straight down the crease. And it's a run. Philo, you well?
Yes, I'm very well, John. How are you?
Yeah, good. I was wondering how England will go about things today, and I mean, it's just been wild abandon pretty much.
Yeah, because the surface is a good surface. There's no lateral movement. It's very dry. Ian Bishop said it's very hot. And I honestly believe that Roth Mapor misread the conditions, because West Indies will love to bat in these conditions where there's no lateral movement. But say that, I thought Alzhiri bowled Jacks well. There's a poor shot that Jacks played actually. When you're in, you just need to solidify it and bat deeper to give himself so much room to get bumped out. I think that was a very poor dismissal on Jacks' part.
Round the wicket comes Hussain, and Butler gets off the mark first ball with a single to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I don't think this is... In the last T20s when we were in Barbados, I think he really wanted to bat second under lights. I'm not sure that's what we saw the other night. It looked really tough to bat under the lights here the other night. So it doesn't make as much sense to be automatic with it. And there just hasn't been any lateral movement at all.
I think it's a mindset for West Indies that they just can't bat first, which is a bad mindset.
Hussain in again. This is wide, and Salt cuts this to extra cover. West Indies have chased in... last 7 times West Indies have chased in a T20, they've won 6 of them. That's from our scorer, Gary Morgan. So possibly one of the reasons why they want to get a win on the board. Salt facing up then, 25 from 22. Once again, gives himself some room and almost plays a golf shot here. Beautiful swing of the bat, lofted drive, up and over long off and away for 6.
That's a very good shot there from Phil Salt. He held his position well, although going outside leg stump, but he hit straight through the ball. Aki Hussain trying to follow him, give him enough room to get under the ball, and he just lifted clean, straight over long off. A very good cricket shot.
So it'd been a inexpensive over up until that point, but 1 ball left of the power play. 62 for 1, Salt 31 from 23. And Hussain is in. This is darted in, and Salt is onto this quickly. He's not going to pick up a boundary though. No real timing in this Paul, but he will take strike at the start of the next over. He moves to 32 and scores at 63 for 1 here on talkSPORT 2.
He hasn't bowled many quick ones today, but I can tell you what, he has bowled a lot of short ones. That was another one. He's bowled more short ones than Obed McCoy did.
Yeah, he's pulling the ball down. He's not completing his action. Aki Hussain obviously rushing the action. But one thing I'll tell you, Phil Salt facing Aki Hussain, you can see that Salt is taking the attack to Aki Hussain. We know that Aki Hussain has gotten him out on many occasions, but you can see the determination of Phil Salt's face to really try to get on top of him, which he's done successfully so far. 63 for 1 in 6 overs. They're scoring at 10.50 runs an over, which is very good. I know we're going to see Gudakesh Moti into the attack for the first time.
Yeah, first ball from Moti, very wide of the crease, and Phil Salt has swatted this. It's in the slot and it's disappeared. New balls please. 38 for Salt, and the score moves on to 69 for 1.
There's a village of food trucks up the road from the ground, John, as you may remember. I think that's where that ball has ended up. He's not even had a look to see if the other spinner is spinning it, if he's getting any bounce or anything. It's just full on the leg side, and he's swung through that absolutely beautifully. And there is now a meeting of every West Indian around to say, what do we do? Just don't pitch it anywhere near him.
Phil Salt just jump on Gudakesh Moti first ball and hit it way over mid-wicket for 6. Again, a good cricket shot. Moti looking to follow him, but giving him enough length and hitting straight through the line of the ball over mid-wicket for 6, and that will put pressure on Moti. 90 meters, so he's really hitting the ball with a lot of power and authority and looking for a big score here.
Here is Moti again. This is tossed up, it's wide, and Phil Salt goes back-to-back 6s. this time lofting over extra cover, and England are on the charge. 75 for 1, and we've had 2 balls in the 7th over.
Well, they're galloping. Certainly they're galloping. Phil Salt lashes onto a ball wide from Gudakesh Modi, again giving him the room to use his arms, and he hits straight through the ball. Very good cricket shot again, hitting the ball where he's going over extra cover to the offside for 6. So 2 very good shots from Phil Salt.
Here is Moti again. This is wide, and it was there to be hit, but no timing this time from Phil Salt, and it's fielded by the bowler, who is no doubt be relieved for that sequence of 6s at the start of his over has, albeit potentially temporarily, been brought to a halt. Moti again, and Salt will not take a single. Clips this to the fielder inside the circle at fine leg. No run.
It's good bowling there from Moti. Just firing that ball in, not giving Phil Salt the lift that he wants, and just hitting it down behind short fine leg for no run.
This is on middle and pushed to long off by Phil Salt, who thinks, I'll let my skipper have a delivery. These two have got a terrific record together. They averaged 54 in the 18 innings that they batted together, with a best of 117, 300 stands and 5 50s. So they bring the best out in each other.
John, you're just reading good stats.
Yeah, it's good stats if you're an England fan. I'm not
Yes.
sure if you're a former West Indies cricketer, you'll be quite so pleased to hear those.
This bowling looks a little tame, I must admit.
Last ball of the 7th over. Moti's in again. Flex the knees from Butler, who stands tall and cuts this square of the wicket in front of square for a single. So 7 overs gone, and England looking rude health.
I just looked up Moti's stats versus Butler and Salt. So against Butler, he has gone at more than 2 runs a ball in his career so far. And against Butler, it's a little bit slower. It's 10.5. Did I say the first one was against Salt or against Butler?
You said it was against Butler.
Sorry, the first one was Salt. So he goes at more than 2 runs a ball against Salt. And at just less than that, 175 strike rate when he's bowling to Butler. So
is that a large sample size? It must be a few.
It's 108
games.
Balls to Salt.
It's quite a lot then.
He's only ever got him out once as well.
Blimey, that is a lot.
It's not a lot to Butler. It's only 28 to Butler. So majority of that is to Salt. But yeah, Rodman Powell. Wow. I suppose with this lineup, Philo, they kind of have to bowl someone like Rodman Powell or Shafane Rutherford today.
Well, celebrating his 102nd T20 for West Indies, Rodman Powell brings himself on, and he's pushed for a single up to long on.
This is really amazing, because when the wicket was doing a bit in the first couple of T20s, he didn't bowl. Now he's on a dry surface. He's bowling, and obviously Roston Chase is also in this squad, who's the other spinner. So it's quite strange a decision. But when you look at those stats, and Moti has not been included in the test squad to play against Bangladesh. He's been given permission by Cricket West Indies to play in the Global T20 for the Amazon Warriors in Guyana, starting later this month.
I feel like he's just not controlling his length the way that he used to.
He's gone off the boil a bit. He's been playing a lot of cricket, and I don't understand. We always talk about managing the workload, but they only let to manage workload of the fast bowlers, not the spinners. He had a very good year so far, but he's kind of tapering off now. Maybe he's tired and needs a bit of a rest, but he's in this T20. He has to bowl.
Here is Powell again, and this is clubbed down the ground. Phil Salt getting off and running the first one quickly, but tell you what, that's beaten both fielders at long on and long off, and it's another boundary to the score. 82 for 1 now, England.
I never thought he'd time it that good. It didn't sound that way off the bat, but obviously he got good bat on it. He flat batted short of a leg delivery from medium pace for Powell, straight down the ground, and bisecting long off and long on, and across the boundary for yet another 4. Phil Salt is in full flow here, and it's in Lucia.
Also, it's fair to say that the ground's a little bit quicker at the moment, because that went through 2 sand traps and still went for 4.
Powell again. This is that beautiful cut shot from Phil Salt, who's going to reach 50. Not all about big power shots down the ground, and this wasn't that wide either. Big backward point, picks up 4, raises the bat to the dressing room. He's 53 now, Phil Salt, and the score England. 2 balls left to the 8th, 86 for 1.
John in Barbados will call that half rice, half pie with a splash of beef stew. That was how good that shot was. That was a fantastic cricket shot from Phil Salt. Powell is not the quickest bowler. He's medium slow, but to get the timing and placement was very good.
Yeah, we've seen some good timing down the ground and square the wicket from Phil Salt, who again this time beats mid off. Joseph comes in to field just a single. Say that again. In Barbados we say what?
Half pie, half rice.
Hang on, half pie, half rice.
Yes, with a splash of beef stew. That's how sweet that shot was. And that is macaroni pie, huh?
With a splash of beef juice or stew?
Beef stew.
Beef stew.
And that 50 obviously for Phil Salt met the approval of acting coach.
Here is Butler. Touched fuller and pushed for a single by Butler, who's quite happy taking his time at the start of his innings. 8 overs in. Here on talkSPORT 2, England aren't taking their time. Phil Salt 54 from 33 balls.
And the 88, England 88 for 1 in 8 overs. And Rafa Powell's first over cost 11. So they're going at 11 runs over quite comfortably here. Phil Salt is hitting the ball quite nicely, settling on this very good surface at the Darren Sammy Cricket Stadium. And he's really leading the charge here for England to get up to a big total if possible.
For Akil Hassan back on. I think that's probably because they've realised that Moti's going to go here. I just want to look at Moti's workload here. He bowled 442 overs this year, 334 last year, 321 the year before. He bowled about 150 in the 3 years combined before then. So he's basically gone from an amateur cricketer to a top-level professional.
Here is Hussain, start of his third, and it's pushed by Butler to extra cover, no run.
So clearly his workload has increased.
Yeah. So early in his career, he bowled a little bit more, but yeah, he's basically gone from amateur to fully professional, and he's just bowling so much. It might be his fingers or his elbow or his shoulder is causing issues.
This is down the leg side, swatted away, poor shot from Hussain. He's going to get away with it. There's a fielder out there, back with a square on the leg side. And
poor ball from Hussain, not poor shot.
Oh, sorry, yeah, poor ball, not poor shot.
One thing about Gothic Moti, he plays for Guyana in the franchise, in the Guyana franchise, and in the first class season, a lot of spin bowls. Versami Pramal, Moti, a lot of spinners bowl in the first class competition, so he would have bowled a lot. And obviously, he has not really missed series or games. He's been consistently playing, and obviously, his body will get tired. He's a human being, but that is something that the Darren Sammy and the other management unit members will have to discuss going down the road.
Here is Salt then, 54, and there's a fraction of width. Goes through with a shot, does Salt, could be caught here, but it's just dropped short of Obed McCoy. I mean, that is some dive put in from McCoy, who's running from the boundary at long off, but he's immediately signalled that the ball may just have dropped before he got to it. Saw a chance that Shafane Rutherford earlier on today didn't even attempt to try and catch it. Oh, I tell you
what a pickup that is.
You talk about losing your teeth.
I would have thrown that up.
He's an honest cricketer.
Yeah, it definitely bounced, but I would have thrown it up just so they could show it on the big screen a few more times.
He's honest, but a very good delivery from Akil Hussain. Just hold it back slightly and bowl it wider, and he was defeated there. So looking at it over long off, but the ball bounced a tad more, and he didn't. Obviously, very lucky. Obed McCoy got the ball on the first bounce, but a good moral victory for Akil Hussain. He would have preferred the wicket, as you see him shaking his head. But that is the way how cricket goes. You have to give credit for Obed McCoy for putting in such a very, very good effort. We haven't seen a lot of this stuff in the last 3 T20s, so it's good to see a newcomers come in. His first game of putting in the effort in the field.
Just talk about the technical skills there. He was coming in to catch it with his hands down, realised mid-dive that it was going to drop short, and flipped his hands over and then gloved it perfectly.
He doesn't play baseball. He's a good skill.
He's a good hitter. Have you ever seen him hit a six? When he hits a six, they disappear. He wouldn't be a bad baseball. He's got a big arm as well.
Is he playing on a 10p? McCoy hit a six.
Have you never seen him hit it? Oh, when he hits the ball, he doesn't hit him very often.
Okay.
With a surname like McCoy, he should be playing for the 100, shouldn't he? Or in the 100.
Shot.
Butler this time. He's going to pick up 4 here. I tell you what, as easy as you come. It was a fraction wide. Butler has moved a touch to the leg side and then just lofted this delivery up and over the fielder inside the circle. big expanse at extra cover, and he'll take 4.
That's a fantastic shot for Josh Butler, just going onto the back foot, opening his left side and just hitting it over extra cover with a lot of ease and authority. One of his favourite shots, and down to the boundary for 4. They've put on 40 runs in 22 balls. So your stats are very good on these two. They feed off each other.
Goes again, does Butler. Now he's swung across the line. He's got the height and he's got the distance. 100 up for England. Butler moves to 15 with a big 6, a steepling, towering hit that had the fielder on the boundary at long on interested. It sailed over his head and away for a maximum.
Well, Paul Rand said catch it, so that is clear indication they mistimed it. But he hit it so well, it went sailing for 6, 46 runs off 23 balls, and Butler's contributed 15, 100 up already. West Indies are steering down the barrel.
Last ball of Hussein's over. It's a touch fuller, and Butler will take a single. He runs the first one very fast, but it's Obed McCoy running in from the boundary. And 1 run is all it'll be. Another expensive over though. Hussein has gone for 40 from his 3. 101 for 1 England, with Salt past at 15, Butler 16. And maybe that last over and the one that was bowled by Moti is one of the reasons why Roston Chase hasn't been thrown the ball yet.
Well, I think Roston Chase is a smarter bowler than Akil Hussain, and Moti will bring a bit more guile and trickery to his bowling, but obviously Robert Powell will have to make that decision. But Butler's come in and he's played some fantastic shots. He's 16 from 9 balls and he looks good, and Salt has been there from the beginning. He's 55 from 34, really getting into good stride on a good surface. And obviously 101 for 1 after 9 overs. The decision to send England in, Robert Powell might be asking himself, did I make a mistake?
I wonder if the reason we haven't seen the off spinner is just, well, we're seeing him now because they don't have a choice, but I wonder if we hadn't seen the off spinner just before, because I'm a bit worried about the 2 right-handers and everything Salt's been doing. Salt likes to give himself room though, so I kind of think an off spinner can, if he's bowling well, cramp him up a little bit.
We keep hearing this modern day term called matchup. I know you're going to buy a pair of shoes that match.
Butler is going to face the first ball from Roston Chase, and this is a drag down. It's fielded at short fine leg, and the bowler has certainly got away with one there. Just a single to the score. 102 for 1.
When was the last game? Thursday. They all look stiff. The bowlers look stiff. Roston Chase looks stiff. First ball is a drag down the side leg stump. He got over here with murder and just get a single down behind square short fine leg.
Again, drag down. There's a shout for caught behind and given. Phil Salt could have picked any part of the ground on the leg side to deposit that, and possibly caught between 4 or 5 minds. He's half-heartedly gone for the pull, and he's been caught behind for 55. A shake of the head from the England's opener, but he's got to go. England 102 for 2.
Yes, and a knockless delivery for Roston Chase, going down the leg side. Salt looking to hit it down behind square. And Pooran coming up with a very good take, a big appeal. And umpire Bazarat said, you're out. The index finger is raised. Roston Chase have broken the dangerous partnership between Salt and Captain Butler. And he has to go for a well-played 55. But he shrugged his shoulders and he said to Butler, I'm not certain if I hit that, but obviously he has. And he's gone. Roston Chase, the boogeyman, has come to town.
Wow. We were wondering why Roston Chase hadn't been brought on. I can't say it was the best delivery I've ever seen him bowl, but I did watch him take an 8-fer against England at the Kensington Oval back in 2019. So he does have pedigree when it comes to dismissing England batters, but Phil Salt was still shaking his head in wonderment that that's got rid of him.
Yes, a very poor delivery down the leg side, but there's a wicket to Roston Chase. Well done, well bowled. And Pooran has obviously have taken 2 catches. The 2 wickets have gone. Pooran has taken both, and he dropped 2 on Thursday night. But it's too late. But good for Roston Chase to come into the attack in the 10th over and pick up a wicket in his second delivery, and that of Phil Salt, which will obviously ease the pressure a bit and give Robert Powell a bit more breathing space. And there obviously is a water break, and they just need to regroup and just try to refocus where they're going to bowl the remainder of this innings.
Bethel, the new batter, in. And Butler is 17 from 10. Plenty of batting to come. Livingston, Curran, the next 2. England in a fine position. saw a real high-scoring T20 between South Africa and India.
Yeah.
Earlier today, India posted 280 odd.
I think
from their 20. Was that today? They all merged into one. Yesterday, my producer Scott's telling me.
I think that we're going to soon see 300, in a T20 game again. But when you look at the Indian batting, they batted really well and playing in South Africa as well. And then they're looking to go to Australia for a test series. So a lot of credit to India, how they've played in this T20 series. And obviously, I give South Africa hiding in their own backyard.
I tell you what, I'm not sure there's a better crowd in cricket than South Africa. Those South African cricket consistently puts up, certainly for the white ball cricket.
Yes, they love the white ball cricket, and they support the Proteas all the way through. You got to remember too, they've made the finals in the T20 World Cup, so that will give them a lot of hope and support, and the support is what they need as well. I'm just surprised that Markham has not really been hitting his mark as a batter. He's been struggling in the white ball format for a little while. But South Africa, obviously, you know that they're quality. They have Clarkson back, so you expect him to soon strike. He's one of the big catches in the IPL, so you expect him to come back, and do really well in this white ball series. But going forward, you can see improvements are being made by South Africa's cricket.
For sure. They did come close to winning that T20 World Cup against India, of course. But back to this, St. Lucia and Roston Chase. First ball to young Bethel. And Bethel's off the mark with a single to mid-on, but he's just holding his side there. Well, you said the West Indies looked stiff after that Thursday match. Well, Bethel is immediately holding his side as he runs down.
He just punched the ball down to long on, and then he hunched over, flexing his right side. He needed to be careful here. Obviously, West Indies will take a close look at that.
Flat, and Butler misses out again. These darts that Roston Chase is firing in have been inexpensive and effective.
He's a smarter bowler than the other two. He uses his height and he uses his guile quite well.
Yeah, he is a tall man. He also had a little touch of fortune. This is again darted in down the leg side. Just a single taken to deep square, and Bethel's back on strike. We'll just see what happens with him.
Yes, obviously that ball darted in at the legs of Josh Butler and just pushed it into forward square, picking up a single. Evan Lewis, the boundary rider for West Indies in these white ball games, coming around quite nicely to his left and getting a single, throw the ball to Pooran for a single to Butler. So Bethel is back on strike, a Barbadian to a Barbadian.
Here is Chase round the wicket, and Bethel will take a single to the left of Roston Chase, who fields wide mid-on, and that brings us to the end of the Oval. The highest totals batting first at Darren Sammis Stadium in a T20, 218 for 5. Well, at the halfway stage, England handily placed. They've lost 2 wickets. Jack's gone for 25. Salt for 55, both batting at a great rate. But to see whether England can threaten that record, will be the returning Andrew McKenna and also Machel St Patrick Hewitt after a word from Jarrod Kimber.
Yeah, just having a look at the figures so far, the spinners really have struggled, and then Roston Chase comes on and bowls a couple of balls down the leg side and picks up a wicket. But Hussain has gone for 13 runs in his per over, so 3 overs for 40, and Moti's gone for 14 in his. So 2 seamers who did slightly better, but we're seeing Moti come on again.
To bowl left arm over to Bethel, hurries on to him, and he gets it through square leg and out to the boundary rider. So a single, 106 for 2. Well, we said at the start of the show, England's record batting first recently hasn't been great. Well, 10 overs later, it's not looking too bad. But can they keep it going? Salt and Jacks definitely got things off to a flyer. Just Butler, 18 from 12. All that is very short and very wide from Moti, and it's called wide by umpire Brathwaite, and it will be 107 for 2. He will bowl it again. 10.5 and over, England going at the moment. Moti in. That's leg side-ish. Butler will turn it easily through square leg. Rutherford will get round field. It will be just a single. He's thrown that back into Nicholas Pooran, and again, it's not a great throw. I don't know if Pooran pushed in front of Rutherford at the breakfast buffet queue this morning or something, but Rutherford's not doing him many favours in return. Moti bowls again. Bethel punches to long on. Easy single to be taken. 109 for 2.
Yeah, I think Rutherford's given Pooran several hospital passes thus far in this match. That one was thrown right at his ankles. But it's interestingly, this is an interesting phase of the game here. Bethel's not set yet.
Moti in. Butler goes on the reverse, but hits it straight to Akil Hussain, who starts off at backward point, turns into backward square leg. No run, 109 for 2.
Just finishing that point, if West Indies do want to try and drag this game back, this period of the game is critical right now. If Butler gets away.
He goes on the reverse once again. It hits Pooran's pads, and there's no run. 4 legal balls of the over gone. Now 5, 109 for 2.
I'm very critical of the reverse sweep. I'll tell you why in a minute.
Moti is in, and it's round about middle of leg. Butler will turn easily through square leg. Single to take. The 11th over completed. 110 for 2 are England here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and talkSPORT 2. And Machel and Patrick Hewitt will continue that point.
Yeah, so I'm going to see how Jarrod responds to it. But I think too many batters. I think too many batters. So in that last over, Butler went for 2 reverse sweeps. I think both times there was no need for it. And I just wonder if the reverse sweep has become a shot that batters use because they think they should rather than because it's on.
I think in that situation he just saw 2 fielders up in the circle and he...
Roston Chase goes in. Butler is backing away to leg side. Roston Chase follows him. He'll be hit to deep backward square and they'll take a single. 111 for 2.
And he scores it, I think, 10 or 11 runs and over off Moti. And my guess is that generally what he does is he hits 1 or 2 down the ground. Moti gets a little bit spooked. And then the extra pace he uses to get past those fielders. I just think the problem with it is if the ball isn't delivered where you want it to be, and that's what happened in that situation, he ends up on the wrong side of it, right? So I get your general point. I don't think any batter would tell you it's a better shot than a standard shot. It's just they use it for many different reasons.
Chase is in. Using his feet is Bethel. Gets to the pitch of it. Pushes to Shea Hope at square cover and there's no run. I guess the thing about it is because it's so predetermined, you can't bail out.
Yes,
there is no alternative shot. Whereas if you're thinking of coming down the pitch, you can always block and defend. This occasion it's Bethel who's going on the reverse. I think that came off his gloves. Seemed to lob up very gently and softly behind Pooran. They'll take a run and it will go down into the scorebook as a run. So Bethel's got 5, England 112 for 2.
One thing I would say is there's a lot of players who play the reverse sweep and they're playing it when the ball is actually spinning back into them. And I always think it's a bit, why would you need to necessarily play that shot at that stage? You've already got an advantage with the spinner.
Chase in. Oh, Butler's waited on that one and absolutely walloped it over mid-wicket. He tried to play that shot 2 or 3 times previously and hasn't timed it. He's timed that one all the way for 6, 118 for 2.
Yeah, just kind of rocked back and waited on that one. And I think there's a sense of, I wouldn't say frustration, but Roston Chase can be an annoying bowler to face because he kind of rattles for his overs and he can get away with 4 overs, 1 or none for 25. And how will you let him do that when he... So I think that was more a case of we've got to get Chase out of his rhythm here.
Well, Roston Chase has just handed the ball to the umpire to say, have a look at that for me, will you? Because it did rattle around outside of the boundary, but the umpire said, no, it's fine, you go and bowl it again. So he does. It's down the leg side. Butler goes down and a gentle paddle through very fine leg. Obed McCoy won't cut that off before it gets to the boundary edge. It's 4 more, a 6 and a 4 from balls 4 and 5, and all of a sudden this over feels a very, very different thing. One because of a highly powered bludgeon shot, and the second with a feather-light touch.
Yeah, a different shot, but more of the same here. Trying to disrupt Roston Chase's line and ensure he can't get into a pattern.
In goes, oh my goodness, Roston Chase. And Jos Buttler is hitting so hard down the ground. Rodman Powell will field at long on. I mean, you hear the stump might pick up the sound of that Jos Buttler bat. and it just sounds so violent. Even when he's only hitting down to long on for a single, which is how that over ends. 123 for 2 after 12 here on talkSPORT 2. He does it with an incredible amount of power. Just Butler now has 32 from 20 balls faced. Jacob Bethel 5 from 6.
Yeah, you and I were talking a bit earlier, Andrew, that at this stage, 8 overs to go, England must be targeting, I reckon, 220.
Oh, 320, I was going to say.
Well, after what was it that India got the other day?
283?
283.
That was incredible. I don't know if you saw it. So when the South Africans bowled, it swung like 0.6 degrees.
Moti to start a new over. Butler hits him back over his head, over long on. It almost takes the groundsman's mower out as it comes back down. The 9th 6 of the England innings, and we're only in the 13th over.
He's just overpitched that again. He just keeps doing it, Moti. A year and a half ago, I thought he was one of the best, or certainly the most informed finger spinners in the world. He can't control his length anymore, and he's struggling more and more. That looked like the variation ball. He's trying to bowl like Akil Hassan, trying to roll his finger back through it, and instead it was a throw down on leg stump.
Yeah, I like that description of throw down, yeah. Maybe Moti's playing too much cricket, Jarrod.
I just said that I'll get to it in a sec.
Moti is left arm around, it's short. Butler off the back foot hits to cover where Rodman Powell is. There's no run.
He's bowled something like 1,000 overs in the last 3 years, and the 3 years before that he bowled 160. So he was out of the team in Guyana at that stage.
Moti in once again. Butler on the reverse, and he's hit it straight to Ruston Chase at short third, and the entertainment for the England skipper is over. He goes for 38 from 23. England 129 for 3, halfway through the 13th here on talkSPORT 2.
I guess we should rewind back to an over ago.
when
I asked the question about the reverse sweep and is it necessary. Now, Josh Butler obviously looks up to the heavens. I think Josh's view, I'm going to speak for him here, I think will be that shot was on either side of Ruston Chase, and it's a certain 4, but he's picked out Ruston Chase. And given the ball is again spinning into him, if anything, is it needed, Jarrod?
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, I think what he was, when the ball was straight or on leg stump, he was just going to try and hit it over the leg side. But I think when he thought when Moti was going to be firing it in outside off stump, he could take a free boundary. Now, the interesting thing with that is that he did a premeditated shot last over against Ruston Chase, but the difference was it wasn't a reverse. But he thought that Ruston was going to bowl the quicker one to use the pace against him. He was trying to do that with Moti there. He just doesn't get it away. But I mean, your point, it's, if you look at reverse sweeps as a shot, they don't have a very high average. Do you know what I mean? Like there are many other shots that are far more consistent and do much better. But the difference is reverse sweeps move the field.
Yes.
And because of that, then you're in all sorts. He gets that one away. Where's Moti going to bowl the next one? He's been hitting down the ground and now reversed. Doesn't matter because Butler's out.
Liam Livingstone is in though. They replace one bloke who can hit it mild with a bloke who can hit it even further. So Livingstone in the series so far, 62 runs at an average of 31, but he's done it from 39 balls. And he's waiting for Moti around the wicket. There's a slip in place. Big stride from Liam Livingstone. Gets himself off the mark as he gets it down to Hope, who is at long on. And there is a single. I think we mentioned it earlier, but just worth reminding you. Joss Butler, Jamie Overton and Marcus Trescothick, the Somerset contingent in the England camp today, are all wearing black armbands as a mark of respect for a long-time Somerset supporter, Mary Elworthy, who died yesterday aged 90. She was a massive supporter of Somerset, and they're wearing black armbands today in tribute to her. And I think Joss has probably just put a smile on a few people's faces with an innings like that in her memory. So that, I'm sure, another reason for Joss Butler looking to the heavens when he got out.
Very close community in Somerset as well, compared to a lot of the other cricket places. So our thoughts go out to them.
Livingstone has a single to his name. England 131 for 3 as we approach the end of the 13th over. Moti left arm around, hurries on to Livingstone a little bit, pushes back to the bowler, no run. End of the over, 13 gone, 131 for 3.
So Moti's bowled over 1,000 overs in the last 3 years of professional cricket and 160 before that. That over, he bowled 2 balls under 88 kilometres an hour. He would never have done that in Guyana. There's no reason to. The ball doesn't bounce above, pebble height, right? He would have just put the ball on the spot over and over again, and occasionally bowled shorter if they started to use their feet to him. So I think he's having to change and develop his game, which is great, but he's just not being able to do it. And whether his fingers or his elbow or his shoulder, those are the ones that usually go if you're a finger spinner, so one of those. Whether those are giving him trouble, I don't know. But he's not controlling his length the way that he did when he first came into the West Indies.
I think that's very good analysis there, Jarrod. And weirdly, Moti doesn't play much franchise cricket outside of CPL. So in a weird way, maybe he's underdeveloped.
Chase around the wicket to Jacob Bethel, stays low, square drives this one. Obed McCoy is the man at short third, he can't get there. Doesn't get close to it actually, goes away for 4, 135 for 3. Bethel's got 10 from 8, 9 4s and 9 6s from the England batters so far in this innings, and there is plenty of time to add more.
Yeah, good shot there by Bethel, got to the pitch delivery, dissected the field.
Any words on Obed McCoy's chase?
I mean,
or lack of? I was going to say, if he'd done one, it would have been nice.
It really looked like he was in a music video running in slow motion, didn't it?
I think he just has to wind up to really get to top speed.
It might have been that, but with every step, he seemed to go meters further behind the ball.
It's like the New Order Truth Faith video, if you've ever seen that. Roston Chase is in round the wicket once again. Bethel comes to meet it. The man at short mid-on, sort of mid-wicket, can't get across and save it, and so it will be a single. I know a lot of people will enjoy that. Boundary followed by a single. That's what England have managed, 136 for 3.
Was it Bo Derek in 10, Naka?
Yes, it was.
Is that Dustin Hoffman film? No. I can't remember who. No, it's Dudley Moore, isn't it?
I'm going to be honest, I don't think many people know who else is in that film, bar Bo Derek.
Well, she runs slowly down the beach. That's what I remember. Baywatch could be another one. That's a little bit how Obed moved towards that ball, because there was also a lot of sand there.
Yeah. As we said earlier, the outfield today looks a heck of a lot better than it did on Thursday. Roston Chase is in over the wicket once again. Liam Livingstone comes a couple of paces down the pitch to meet him, only turns him to hope at mid-wicket, no run.
I feel like Livingstone kind of checked his shot there. Looked like he was winding up and then thought better of it.
Chase in, gives that one some error. Actually arrives on the full toss to Liam Livingstone, and he will punch gently. Well, so not savagely. He doesn't do anything gently, but it wasn't the full-blooded whack, and it gets to long on, and they'll take a single, 137 for 3.
A question, I guess, to both of you to think about over the next few overs. I mean, we're in game 4 of the 5-match series, and who of the new generation has put the most pressure on the older when they come back?
Chase goes in again. Bethel goes down on one knee and plays a really gentle flick up and over his shoulder, and it goes for 4 through fine leg, and it's so fine it's probably 5 metres away from being dead straight behind the stumps. It was a real feather of a touch, but England get a boundary 4, 141 for 3.
What was more impressive about that shot for me, rather than the kind of paddle over Pooran, is the time he waited for that. He waited for the pace of the delivery and then had all the time in the world to play the shot. Really smart cricket.
He does look a talented player. Roston Chase goes in once again. 90 kilometres an hour delivery, leg stump. Bethel turns it out on the leg side. Hetmeyer will do the fielding. They take 1. 14 overs gone. 142 for 3. Roston Chase has now bowled 3 overs and has taken 1 for 28. So England currently going, well, they're looking at the go 10 and over, which is what they're currently doing. That gets them to 203. But with 7 wickets in hand, they could get it up to 12 and over. That would be 214. 14 and over would be 226.
The one thing I would say is, given the depth, even... OK, so the West Indies power play woes notwithstanding with the bat, this does look like a pitch you want to chase on. And because they've added the extra batter, I don't think they'll be looking at proceedings thus far and saying, well, we can't chase that. But anything above 220 and it will be difficult regardless.
Moti to continue. Left arm around to the left-handed Bethel, deep in his crease. Punches out on the onside. Can't beat the bowler in his follow-through, and there's no run. Yeah, so the West Indies team selection today, they made 2 changes. One injury related, but they've gone with an extra bowler and an extra batter and gone a bowler short. Bethel has taken this one from Moti, left arm around and hammered it gun barrel straight. Almost takes Livingston out at the non-striker's end, and it goes away for 4. 146 for 3.
Some shots, it's about the sound effect you hear off the bat, and that was one of them. Absolutely middled it. And just, I don't even think you can call it punched. Bludgeoned straight back pass. Well, nearly took out Liam Livingston, but bludgeoned straight back down the ground.
Before that ball, Machel just got in a little bit quicker. I was going to say he's going to go for this one. I thought over deep mid wicket though.
Moti. Oh, well, he does go over deep mid wicket this ball, and I mean a long way over deep mid wicket. That is still going, and it's now just landed. The England 150 is up. 152 for 3. It's taken them 14 overs and 3 balls, and Jarrod called it. Bethel down on one knee and simply walloped it. And by the way, that way he's into the breeze.
Because the ball before, I think that's what he wanted to do, but it was outside off stump, and he just punched it down the ground, as Mash said, like he bludgeoned it down the ground, and what he really wanted was just that ability to get under the ball a little bit and hit with the spin, and he's almost hit himself off his feet then.
Yeah, the talent that Jacob Bethel has is obscene. We're only seeing inklings of it at this stage of his career.
Now Moti goes over the wicket, says enough of that round the wicket nonsense, and Bethel will punch out to Evan Lewis, who is on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and they'll take a single. 153 for 3.
Yeah, I think to someone like Bethel, I've seen him play, quite a bit in the 100 and some of the other league cricket he's played, and for England. He really wants to hit over that deep mid-wicket area. You want to keep the ball away from him, so you want to bowl wide of off stop, and I think that's what Moti worked out. That's what the person 50 metres outside the ground worked out.
Moti is in once again. Livingston is driving through extra cover all along the floor. It should be a couple. They might even try and turn 3 out of it. Evan Lewis will beat Obed McCoy to it. No, Livingston's just jogging the second to keep the strike. And it's 155 for 3 with 1 ball left of the 15th over.
Jarrod, are you surprised Moti doesn't bowl a quicker ball more often?
I think he's bowling as quick as he can.
Right, okay.
I mean, he bowled over 100 a couple of times in this spell.
In for the final ball of the over. It's a full toss. Livingston's pulled it into the leg side. Not got anywhere near enough. And it's caught by Hetmeyer on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Well, sometimes there's just a case for not using the facilities, not using the pitch, and bowling a filthy thigh-high full toss. Because do you know what? The batter might just make a mistake. And that's what Liam Livingston is thinking, walking off there. He's tugged that into the leg side, and it just lands 7-8 metres inside the boundary, and England are 4 down. Livingston goes for 4 from 6, 155 for 4.
I think I'll just add there that Gudakesh Moti did a rueful kind of shake of the head, as almost to say, I can't believe that's what I've got a wicket with. But he ends his spell with 2 for 40, and that's not the best he's bowled, I could say.
It's quite interesting, actually. It'd be interesting to see what Liam Livingston makes of that as Macca and Mash dash off here. But it'll be interesting to see what Livingston makes of that, because it was a late decision to play that shot, and he didn't quite commit to it. In the end, it was a knee-high full toss. I think he thought it was going to be a little bit higher, and he was just going to be able to ease it away over the leg side, but it was maybe a little bit lower, and he ended up sort of playing a half slug sweep to that full toss, and he very, very disappointed, I think, with that shot, all things considered. Keeps West Indies, I don't know if interested is the right word, but not dead, John?
Do you know, didn't look that happy about it.
Moti?
Hetmeyer. I mean, this guy has been laughing
all day
throughout every single game. Drop catches, misfields, and he's taking a catch, and it's got the saddest expression of that I've seen him all series.
You say that. Livingston was sad, Moti was sad, Hetmeyer. It was like a cloud came over everyone's emotions. And I should say that Livingston, when he swung through there, one of his hands came off the bat. So here's Joseph. He's been the best for the West Indies so far today.
He has indeed. 1 for 14 from his 2, and Joseph is in. And for the first time in a while, batter seems to have just got the hurry up a touch. Philo's back with us.
Yes, John.
Enjoying yourself?
Yes, I am. Obviously, West Indies will be learning from this episode here, but blowing on a very placid surface at the Samuel Cricket Stadium. Alzarri Joseph back for his third over. Despite all that has been said about Alzarri Joseph, he's the one bowler today that's troubled the English batters. He's only gone for 14 runs from 2.1 overs, and he's picked up a wicket. He looks good. His rhythm looks up.
And here he is again, and this is steered past keeper along the ground, and Bethel will add 4 more to his score. I mean, Joseph hasn't enjoyed the best of fortunes in neither T20 or ODIs.
But I think we can credit Jacob Bethel is that he gives you these silky smooth touches. Then he gives you the robust power touch as well. So he has all the mechanics, all the tools to become a really top batter, maybe an all-rounder as well.
This time Pooran's just taken a step to his left. But this is clubbed by Bethel, no real timing, and he moves to 32. Sam Curran, who had you purring away, didn't when he was batting in that last T20, Philo. I mean, he caressed some short wide deliveries to the boundary.
And this is a better pitch he's batting on today, so I would like to see how well he plays on this type of surface. He's impressed with the bat, I must admit, in this series, this T20 series. His bowling to me needs a lot of work, but his batting certainly is showing good class, good temperament, and he's played some very good innings for England.
He's about to face his first delivery on talkSPORT 2 as he just dabs this down, and fielded by Alzarri Joseph. Saw a catch go down earlier today. Well, I don't know if it went down or not. Shavain Rutherford opted not to try and catch it, and matted little as 2 deliveries after that. Alzarri Joseph did get his man. Will Jacks, top edge pull, went for 25. That was the first of the 4 wickets that have fallen this afternoon into the evening. England still eyeing in excess of 200 as Curran takes this delivery off the pads as a chase for the field. Is that Shavain Rutherford?
It is.
Again, it is. And Curran comes back for a second, 162 for 4.
Yes, Alzarri just looking to tuck Sam Curran up on the leg side, but he got enough back to work it past Rutherford. There's that short, fine leg, who chased back to that backward square. But Curran came back for 2. Good batting form. Not looking to hit the ball too hard, just using the pace quite nicely. This is going to be an interesting finale for the England, and it's obviously Bethel, not as known for his power hitting. It's going to be interesting to see how these two approach it.
Yeah, West Indies have got rid of the major players in terms of strike rate, as Obed McCoy goes down his stages a touch at a kind of a wide 3rd or 4th slip.
Did he headbutt that? Did he headbutt that to deep point?
I don't know.
I thought he was lying down. I don't see what it's his favourite side, his left side. Just run to get behind the ball. You just take a few steps, stumble, and then stick his left hand out, and the ball maybe brush his head.
It looks like he's made of Meccano
to get a second run. He made that simple pickup look rather difficult.
He just it looks like every one of his limbs is not working with the other limb at the moment.
This is his first game since October, I was told, so he's obviously rusty. There's no lot of there's a lot of cricket being played now. Well, the Super 50 Cup is being played in Trinidad and Tobago, but I don't think he's involved with that. So maybe
he hasn't played a game in that one yet.
So he's just been obviously at home, maybe doing some shuttle work or bowling at a stump, maybe. But clearly there you see that there's no timing at all in his running and diving to a cricket ball.
What was the quality like of the Super 50, Philo?
The quality is okay. All the games are playing in Trinidad and Tobago yet again. I think there's a 3rd time it's playing there. I'll get back to that.
Ruston Chase. And down the track comes Bethel.
The leading batter is Justin Graves. He's a Barbadian, but he plays for the Fimbard Islands franchise. He's just been pulled from that franchise to go to Antigua to play in the 2-day game against Bangladesh. And he's also in the test squad. So some of the players have been pulled from the Super 50. The scores have been relatively okay. Barbados have been doing well. Trinidad and Barbados are in a clash today. They're 1 and 2, Trinidad and Barbados. They got Jamaica and the Leavers franchise. So the first 4 teams will go through to the semi-finals.
This is flat out. And Bethel's climbed into this delivery which is on leg stump, and he picks the ball up and deposits it into the stands over square leg for 6. 170 up now for England, start the 17th.
Very good shot from Bethel, a short of a leg delivery, just give himself room outside the leg stump to free his arms and hit it high and hard over mid-wicket for 6. If there's any wind blowing, certainly it's not blowing that ball back, but there's a mighty good hit from Jacob Bethel, who's showing a bit of muscle.
200 still on for England, 170 for 4 then, and Roston Chase comes in again. This is flat. This is a better looking shot from Bethel. Really had to climb into the last delivery from Chase, but this was sweetly timed over square leg for another 6.
Yes, a beautiful shot, a drag down delivery again. Bethel just holding his position, just lowering his height a bit by getting those knees down and hitting under the ball and hit it straight over forward square for yet another 6. He's moved to 44 from 21 balls. So this is good going by Jacob Bethel.
Pressure on Roston Chase. This is fired in, and Bethel clears long off. 3 6s from the bat of Jacob Bethel, and he raises his bat for 50 as well. What a little cameo.
This is a cameo with a capital C. That is a super knock from Jacob Bethel. He's 50 from 22 balls. England have hit 12 4s and 13 6s already in this innings, and Bethel has just hit 3 straight 6s off of Roston Chase's bowling. And this is good from Jacob Bethel. We never saw this side of him. We saw a very subdued side, working the ball around and good timing, but now he's showing the power side of his game, which is good to see.
I'm not sure Roston Chase would agree with that, Philo, as he goes over the wicket. And this is pushed up to mid-on for a single. 183 for 4, England.
Now that we haven't had a 6 hit for at least one ball, have you noticed, Philo, how many of these West Indian spinners are bowling like almost backspin on the ball? So all 3 of them have tried that today, where they're almost, instead of coming around the ball or even cutting under it, they're almost spinning back. So it's almost like they're rolling it out on their fingers. And I would assume it's a tactic. We've seen Akil Hassan do it very, very well with the new ball. But it's not worked well today for the other guys.
But we have a bowling coach called James Franklin. I'm waiting to hear him speak, because he seems not to be able to speak English. But I'm waiting to hear him speak about what he is doing with our bowlers, because our bowlers are not improving.
Last ball of the over, and there's an inside edge from the bat, Sam Curran, onto his boot. And the ball squirts away. So a dot ball to end Roston Chase 4-over spell. 3 overs remaining in the innings, but Chase has gone for 47, picking up the 1 wicket.
Is James Franklin does the spinners as well, or do you have a spin bowling coach?
He's a bowling coach.
So just right across the board?
He's the bowling coach. Yep. And now he's going to be our test bowling coach as well for the test series. But yet I'm not
you don't seem massively excited by that news.
No, I'm not. Because our bowling has not improved. Our bowling has been very, very below par. From Sri Lanka, we saw bits of aggression in Barbados, but Alzari is the only one who has continued to be aggressive. Shamar Joseph has certainly gone off the boil, and it is worrying for me. And when you look at Roston Chase, he's just bowling ordinary, and this is a surface that he's accustomed playing on. Mind you, he played the CPL here, not a lot of day games, but he's accustomed to this surface, and he's obviously he's lost the confidence in his bowling. And now we're going to see Obed McCoy coming back into the attack, and he will have to come now with his bag of tricks late into the in the innings here. But you know he does a lot of slow balls on back of the arm stuff, so it's going to be important to see how well he can finish.
His 2 overs went for 18 within the power play, and McCoy is in now, and Jacob Bethel has really dragged this wideish delivery. It's fielded by Hetmeyer, coming in off the boundary forward of square.
He's looking at the toe end of his back.
Yeah.
He dragged that from outside off stump and into cow corner where Hetmeyer's there. Again, Hetmeyer always smiling, enjoying cricket. We would like to see better performances from him with the bat. We know he's a good fielder. But McCoy, this is a big ask for McCoy playing his first game in a long time to try and stem the flow of runs. 184 for 4. But Bethel well entrenched on 52 from 24 balls. McCoy has some work to do.
It's Sam Curran though, facing up. And again, no timing on this cross bat shot from Curran. He runs the first one quick. Hetmeyer's quicker, running in, and it'll just be a single. 185 for 4, then England start the 18th.
Cricket is a funny game. The ball is just following Hetmar. But the thing is, you have two left-handers at the wicket, so he's in that business area, that corner area where a lot of balls go already come into the dying stages of a T20 game. So McCoy, obviously, one would say he's bowling to his field.
Bethel it is, 52 from 24. This is a horrible drag down wide, which is left alone by Bethel. So Obed McCoy will have to bowl that again.
I think he was trying to bowl an off-cutter there.
Yes.
And it's not. He's very good at the back of the hand slow ball, but the easier to bowl slow ball he's not as good at, and that's what happened. It just got completely away from him there.
Yes, obviously look at the ball, off-cut in the ball. No rhythm to his bowling, no timing of his arms. The ball just flew wide of the off stump to be signalled wide correctly.
Here he comes again. This is a better looking ball from McCoy. Bethel is through the shot way too early. Misses it by some distance as well. So dot ball.
This is what McCoy is known for, to come back in the back end of the T20 game and bowl a lot of slow balls. He has a lot of variations. This ball obviously is just rolling the fingers across the seam and the ball dying as it hits the pitch. Bethel looking to go leg side, misses the ball and through to Puran. So a good victory, a moral victory there from McCoy, that dot ball.
Left arm over the wicket is McCoy. It gives Bethel another little bit of width, but there's no timing on the shot. And England won't try and force the second. So decent over this from McCoy. England 187 for 4.
Yes, 3 runs off the bat on one wide. That ball was slower again. Bethel dragging it through the leg side. McCoy like a container truck without power steering. Couldn't get around. The ball just dribbled up to mid-off for a single.
When he turned around and he'd done the hard bit of turning, and then he looked up and saw he had to turn around the stumps further, I actually thought he was just going to give up.
Yeah, and obviously his stance is too short, but that is a norm now.
Here is McCoy in past the umpire, short again, and this time Curran does connect, but it's only going to be a single, fielded by that man again, in the deep. Hetmeyer.
He's in the business area. Ball just wide outside the off stump. Again, another slow ball. McCoy takes a deep breath. Wants to get through this 18th over, and Curran just drag it down to that deep corner area, deep mid wicket, and Hetmeyer again doing the fielding. But good bowling from McCoy in this over. 4 runs off the bat on one wide. In the 18th, one would say this is a good over thus far. Can he finish it now with a dot ball or another single?
Bethel facing up, 188 for 4. This is Fuller. And Bethel, well, he's been waiting for this delivery. He's climbed into this and smashed the ball over mid-wicket. And that is an expensive end to what had, until that point, been a decent over for McCoy and the West Indies. 194 for 4 now, England. And Bethel has broken the shackles again.
McCoy looking to go full and wide with pace. And Bethel just going on one knee, and this time connecting and clearing Hetmeyer, clearing the boundary for another 6. So good batting from Jacob Bethel, good awareness as well. Obviously, Obed McCoy guilty of looking to go pace on, and Bethel just greeted him with a 6. So pressure ending that over, and pressure now on the next bowler, who's going to bowl the 19th.
Is it Akil? Does Akil have one left?
It'll be Joseph, won't it?
Well, Joseph has one, but this. Obed has 2 left, doesn't he?
Yeah.
One thing I will say is, when he bowled the ball into the pitch that over, it was hard to hit. When Alzari's bowled the ball into the pitch, it's been hard to hit. The minute he bowled full again, we lost the ball out of the park.
Yeah, he's scrimmaging here. Obviously, he knows that he has made a mistake. 12 fours and 14 sixes for England, which is quite a lot of boundaries, a high percentage of boundaries in 194.
It is Alzari Joseph who is in, and it's a full toss on off stump, and Sam Curran just says thank you very much. I'll smash that over long on. And England have reached 200 with a maximum 200 for 4, and they are still looking good to potentially break that record here at the Darren Sammy Stadium.
Yes, Alzari Joseph got the Yorker all wrong. A 45-run partnership already from only 20 balls. He got that Yorker wrong. First delivery. And Sam Curran, thank you very much. My bat is hitting well. I'm timing the ball. And he just plunked it over long on for yet another 6.
Joseph again. This is full on off stump, but no timing this time from Curran. He can't get under the ball, and he'll just take a single to long on. 201 for 4 then, England. 3-0 up with 2 to play. And they are putting themselves in a really good position here.
Very good position indeed. The current run rate is 10.96. So they've been very consistent in their scoring. And going into the back end, you expect them to even do more damage, as Jarrod Joseph now be bowling to Jacob Bethel, who's 59 from 27 balls.
This is down the leg side, and Bethel will take 1 run here, cannoning off the pads. It's fielded inside the circle though, so just the 1. Leg by signalled. England move to 202 for 4.
Good bowling from Jarrod Joseph, not giving Jacob Bethel the room or the whiff to hit the ball into the leg side, full into his pads, and the ball ricocheting to Obed McCoy at short fine leg. So good bowling from Alzari. He missed the first ball that was a Yorker, went full, but then he came back and bowled 2 good deliveries and only getting singles off of them. And it's good to see him very calm.
3 balls left of Alzari Joseph's final over, and again this is on the pads, and Curran can't beat the fielder, stationed backward of deep square. And so it's just another run.
Well, it's clear what Jarrod Joseph is looking to do, bowl those full-length Yorker balls at the pads of both Jacob Bethel and Sam Curran. But you can see that he's learned from his mistake in Barbados. He's just focusing on bowling. There's been some mistakes in the field by some of the fielders, but at least he's staying focused, looking to bowl the ball into the hard areas of the pitch, and look to obviously stem the flow of runs. So good so far from Jarrod Joseph.
Here is Bethel, and again targeting the pads. This is fallen fast, and Bethel cannot clear his leg out the way, can't smash the ball through mid-wicket, and comes through for another, what I think will be another leg by. Indeed it is. 204 for 4. This is better from Joseph.
Yes, 142 kilometres that delivery was. So his pace is up. His consistency and pace looks good. His rhythm also looks good when he approaches the crease, and obviously he's getting the pace from the surface. He has to do is finish this over well. Don't give a boundary away. He got hit for 6 in the first ball of this over. He needs to finish with a dot ball or single. Don't want to go for a boundary.
Last ball of the over it is then. 204 for 4 England, and Alzari Joseph is in. It won't be a boundary. Again targeting the pads, and Curran comes back for a second after clipping this full delivery into the mid-wicket portion of the field. And so here we find ourselves on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. 1 over remaining in the innings. England 206 for 4.
I think it says a lot about T20 cricket that over went for 12, and I think that's a win for the West Indies, because they've been going at 10.7 runs so far in the innings altogether. Especially considering he went for the boundary early on. He probably got away with a couple down the leg side that they could have just flicked the pad or the bat and gone away for 4. But that was his idea. He was like, I'm going to cramp them up. I'm not going to give them any room to swing after that first ball. And he ended up with a fairly good over. Another over here of 10 to 15 is probably what the West Indies are looking for. But Obed would be. It might be a little bit harder to hit if he hits the wicket. But if he gets it wrong, he's probably going to go for 6s.
Bethel facing up there, last over of the innings, wide of the crease from Obed McCoy, and Bethel trying to go downtown, trying to go straight, does go straight, is fielded on the bounce by Roston Chase.
I can tell why the Alzari's over was so good. His pace was up. So it only goes to show that if you're bowling fast and bowling in the hard areas of the surface, not obviously stopping the batters from hitting the ball, you can be successful. Obed McCoy 110 kilometres. Jarrod Joseph 142 kilometres. That is chalk and cheese. That's like a dumpling trying to roll up a hill backwards.
It's easier to roll up a hill backwards, isn't it? Short and pulled by Curran, no timing or power, fielded by Hetmeyer at deep mid-wicket, so just another run to the score.
If you're being pulled, because a dumpling is supposed to be a circular thing, but when you look at it, Obed McCoy, because it's so slow, the batters can get under him and hit him, and they're hitting him very easily through the leg side. Jarrod Joseph, with that pace, the ball is ricocheting off their pads, so that is a good indication that when your pace is up, you can go for those wicket-taking deliveries.
Here is McCoy again. He's banging it into the middle of the track. Bethel threw the shot a touch too early. Throws coming in from the boundary. Bethel will come back for a second.
I don't mind this, though, Philo, because both of these bowlers are playing to their strengths at the moment. So Obed is going to his strength, and he's gotten away with it. I think he should have been hit for one boundary in this over, but he's gotten away with it, and I don't mind that. Also, I'm not sure he can bowl at the pace that he used to be able to bowl to.
No, and the thing is, he's bowling wide and short and slow. So they're dragging the ball. If we saw Terrence Hines the game before, he was bowling wide and full with pace. So at least his pace is what is defeating the batters.
Again, it's short, and again, Bethel threw the shots too quickly. There's a shy at the stumps at the striker's end from Pooran, and actually doesn't miss by a huge distance there. Either way, another run to the score as the batters cross for a bye. 211 for 4. England with 2 balls left of the innings.
Yeah, Pooran obviously trying to think again, looking to run out Sam Curran, who was focused enough and vigilant enough to call Bethel through for that single. It would go down as a bye, but good cricket from the England batters. Unfortunate for Pooran, he missed the stumps.
Curran facing up then, 17 from 11, short again, and this finally from an England batter has seen connection. Short and well outside off stump, but Sam Curran was aware of what was coming. He's held his position, he's met the ball flush the face of the bat, and he has pulled it straight over long on for 6.
121 kilometres an hour. So the ball is a little quicker, hit hard into the pitch, but it stand up. And Sam Curran just smash it over long on for 6. Again, showing his batting is improved, timing is good. And a welcome boundary in the final over for England. They would say thank you very much, Mr. Obed McCoy. He's gone 79 metres, so he's gone pretty far.
Final ball of the innings then. Sam Curran facing up, and Obed McCoy pitches the ball up this time, and Curran will call Bethel through for a second. That isn't there. There'll be a run out. Curran has been run out, but that is a fine effort from England. Bethel remains at 62 not out. Another decent little partnership between Curran and the Birmingham man, and England finished their 20, 218 for 5.
Yes, 218 for 5. England would say thank you very much after Powell, the West Indies captain, winning the toss and inserting England. And England got off to a rollicking start and continued to score consistently, way above 10 runs and over. Current rate is 10.90. So England would say, going into this break, that they have the upper hand. West Indies obviously have to come out now and chase down 218 to get up to 219 to win this game. But a very good innings from Jacob Bedford. We saw some power play from him, some deft touches, good timing again. But he just showed how versatile he is as a cricketer in the ODI format and now in the T20 format. So it's good to see him given the opportunity to bat at number 4 and finishing off the innings quite convincingly along with Sam Curran, who unfortunately got run out off the last ball looking to get 2.
That's the joint highest score in first innings at the Darren Sammy Stadium. 218 for 5. England with scores of note and partnerships throughout the innings. 54 put on for the first wicket before Will Jacks was dismissed for 25. Top edge pull from the bowling of Azari Joseph, caught behind. Just 12 deliveries he faced, Jacks, so gives you an indication of how quickly England went at things at the start of the innings. Another little partnership between Phil Salt and Joss Butler of 48 came to an end when Salt was caught behind on the pull. Butler then took up the mantle. He was dismissed for a 23 ball 38 before he reverse swept a delivery to backward point from good occasion Moti. Livingston the only batter not to cash in. He holed out for 4, and Sam Curran was the last man out for 23, chasing a second run from the final ball of the innings. In and amongst that though, a top score from Jacob Bethel of 62. From a West Indies perspective, Philo Wallace, what crumbs can you take from that bowling effort?
Well, it depends on what kind of crumbs, if they're bread crumbs or cornflakes crumbs. But obviously they'll look at that bowling performance and they believe that they would not have bargain for England to get it to 218. It's a good surface, the same surface they use on Thursday night, obviously, so it's a drier surface. Outfield, a lot drier and quicker, as we saw. Good value for runs, but once you get the ball into the outfield and playing proper shots. But again, you need to be tighter in your bowling. Some areas missing on the bowling, too wide, giving the batters a little too much room to utilize the pace and hitting and using the arms. So those are things that they need to look at when they get back into the dressing room, the bowlers, and just try to concentrate on where is the best area to bowl the ball at a particular batter. We saw Alzari Joseph bowling at the feet of the two batters, Sam Curran and Jacob Beffel, which stopped them from scoring. He went for a 6 in his final over the first ball, but he came back and he bowled a pretty good down inside the feet, and that is what is required. So he has shown that if you can hit your lambs hard and think out the situation, you can be, you can get the rewards. But 219 in 20 overs, West Indies have to score at 10.95. It's going to be a good axe, but they're like chasing. England have hit a number of 6s and a number of 4s, and you would expect West Indies to match that, but you have to match that by batting situation. Need a good start from both Hope and Lewis, and then hope the rest that comes after that will just put the icing on the cake. But it's going to be a challenge for the West Indies batters. Well,
it'll also be a record if they chase it down. The highest score to win at the Darren Sammy Stadium, 197 by Australia against Pakistan in 2010. Just to complete the bowling figures, Obed McCoy's 4 overs, 0 for 40. Alzari Joseph, the best of the 6, 4 overs, 1 for 33. Akil Hussain, his 3 overs went for 40 runs. Moti, somewhat flattered, I'd say, 2 for 40 from his 4. Rovman Powell bowled an over, was wicketless, went for 11. And Rostin Chase was expensive, his 4 overs going for 47. He did pick up 1 wicket though. That brings us to the end of the England innings. And now it'll be over to West Indies to see if they can run that close or even go past England's 218 for 5. Keep it tuned here to talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We'll be bringing you live and exclusive coverage of the run chase in St Lucia, where West Indies need 219 to win.
International T20 cricket live. The West Indies versus England.
On talkSPORT 2.
every ball, every run, and every wicket. International T20 cricket live. The West Indies versus England.
Driven and caught! What a catch! On talkSPORT 2.
In goes Obed McCoy, and it's launched back over his head by Phil Salt, and it bounces just short of the boundary sponge. Salt has slapped this all the way over cow corner for 6, and that's into the concession stand. Down the pitch comes Jacks, launches Akil Hussain back over his head for a massive 6. Alzari Joseph, oh my goodness, he's in, and Jacks has launched this one over long on into the stands. It comes down in the 3rd row of seats.
Jackson feels sort of seen as like a beach ball right now.
It's a short ball, it's a swing into the leg side, but it comes off of Jack's gloves, and it'll be caught by the keeper.
Phil Salt goes back-to-back 6s, this time lofting over extra cover, and England are on the charge. Beautiful cut shot from Phil Salt, who's going to reach 50. Not all about big power shots down the ground. 100 up for England. Butler moves to 15 with a big 6, a steepling, towering hit. Out for caught behind and given. Phil Salt could have picked any part of the ground on the leg side to deposit that, and he's been caught behind for 55.
Butler on the reverse, and he's hit it straight to Ruston Chase at short 3rd. And the entertainment for the England skipper is over. Bethel goes down on one knee and plays a really gentle flick up and over his shoulder, and it goes for 4.
Bethel clears long off. 3 6s from the bat of Jacob Bethel, and he raises his bat for 50 as well. A full toss on off stump, and Sam Curran just says thank you very much. And England have reached 200 with a maximum. Curran has been run out, but that is a fine effort from England, and England finished their 20, 218 for 5.
Well, that was a lot of fun, wasn't it? 218 for 5 from 20 overs. The equal highest total on the ground. West Indies against Afghanistan this year as well, by the way, was the other score to make it. So it's a ground that recently has runs, but as John mentioned there, the highest score to win the game batting second is only 197 for 7. I say only, but you know what I mean. So that gives you an idea. West Indies set 219 at a shade under 11. That is what is ahead of them. It has been a very impressive performance from England so far. Salt 55, Jacks 25, Butler 38, Bethel 62 not out from only 32 balls, Livingston 4, Curran 24 from 13, run out from the last ball of the innings. Right, the reply. Well, it's going to be John Turner to take the first over. He is into the side today on T20 international debut. Into the side for Jofra Archer. It was Jofra, by the way, who actually presented John Turner his cap. We've seen his one-day international debut earlier on in this tour. Now we've got his T20 debut. In terms of domestic T20, 27 games, 42 wickets at 16.5, which is very decent. Best of 4 for 23. The economy rate, though, that's the one that most people will be looking at, 8. So very decent for a guy who's bowling with a hard new ball at the top of the innings, and he will do exactly that. Bowling from the commentary box end to Evan Lewis, and he will have a slip in place. So right arm over, he is going to start things off, and he's down the leg side. Evan Lewis has a swing at it, doesn't get any glove on it, and Gregory Brathwaite will raise his arms and say we'll start with a wide. So the target of 219 gets one closer. Philo Wallace is alongside me. Good evening, Philo. How
Good
are
evening,
you?
Andrew. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm a lot better after that England innings.
I can hear it in your voice. I'll be on the 8th floor. This building has 20-something floors. I think they can hear you up and down. So it's turning on this debut to bowl to Evan Lewis.
And he's in. Oh, that's gone. Well, it was shaped across the left-hander, and it's hit the seam of the ball and really jagged across. And I'm slightly surprised that wasn't called wide.
Well, we never saw any of those deliveries in the West Indies for bowling. So certainly Turner hit the ball on a nice length on the seam, and it just jagged away from the left hand. I think it started on, Andrew, and it finished just in front of first slip. Phil Salt, obviously with his eyes open wide, said, wow.
Wow, indeed. Turner in once again. Off the back foot punching is Lewis. Will be fielded by Will Jacks at cover, and there's no run. One without loss from 2 legal deliveries then.
It's 138.2 kilometres an hour from Jon Turner, so he's up there already. The stick loves to get warm, and that ball hit the splice of Lewis's bat and dribble into the offside for no run. This is going to be a good challenge for both Shea Hope and Evan Lewis, how well they can give West Indies a start to get up to 219.
Lewis waits as Turner comes in. He's bowling it at his hip pocket, pushes into the leg side. Sam Curran picks up, throws at the stumps at the striker's end. No run. Now we've seen this film before, as on Thursday evening, Shea Hope pushed one straight to a square leg and set off, and was just ambling his way down and realised his mate wasn't coming in. He was run out by about 3 yards.
I think England are quite clever here because they've got 2 left-handed throwers and they put them on either side of the wicket, which just gives you a little bit more chance for some confusion. He's hit that to the left of the fielder, Philo, and just thought, oh, there's a 1 there, not realising it's another left-hander.
Turner goes in, back foot punch by Lewis. No run again to Will Jacks.
I like James Bond's movies, I like James Bond. I'm a James Bond fan because the scenes are always the same. There'll be a water, and something has to happen in water, and then he climbs up something, and something has to happen, and there's always a beautiful lady. A ball pushed to the left of mid-wicket. Sam Curran is a left-hander. Lewis is going down the pitch for a single left. She hope this time bellow out. No, but he got back safely.
There's a formula to what we're watching, is what Philo Wallace is saying. In goes Turner. Now again there's some movement off the seam there. Squares up Lewis, and he ends up pushing that out to cover with his feet pointing back down the pitch.
Yes, a good delivery again from Jon Turner. This ball just pitching between mid and leg stump and squaring Lewis up, which is important because we didn't see this kind of movement at all when the West Indies were bowling. But Turner obviously has hit a good line, a good length, and he's getting that odd ball to shift away from the left-hander Lewis, who has to be careful here.
Final ball of this first over. In comes Turner, right arm over, swing edge just over the top of slip. And when I tell you slip is Overton at 6'6", it tells you that it was pretty high and hard. It's gone away for 4. Overton is running down to his position for the next over, blowing his cheeks out, saying that was close. That was Lewis giving it the full beans, and he got enough on it to clear Overton. And well, I tell you what, it was like a golf drive. That was going 340 yards straight down the middle if you got hold of that one.
Well, they take you through the house, the land, and the kitchen sink, and they will easily say the full Monty. That delivery, it peel off the outside edge, and Jimmy Overton is not short. He's about 6'8", and his reach pushing about 8 feet, and the ball just flew over his left hand and down to the boundary for 4. It just goes to show how hard Lewis hit that left delivery from Turner.
Saqib Mahmood to bowl the second over, and what a tour he has had. This series has been absolutely phenomenal for him. He will start from the Players' Pavilion end bowling to Shea Hope, and in he comes. Oh, swing and a miss. Now that's a back foot forcing shot to a ball that is nipping away. It's through to the keeper, no run. So in the series, 9 wickets at 7.9 for Saqib.
Very well done to the young man after coming off an injury. That first delivery is 131 kilometers per hour. Shea Hope obviously not moving his feet, just allowing his hands to go at the ball, and the ball misses the outside edge and through to Salt. But a good start. This guy is in good bowling form. His rhythm looks good, and he'll be happy. The ECB will be happy to see this young man who's been injured and out of cricket for a long time. I remember seeing him in Barbados in a test match, and he looked good. Then he got injured. He was out for a long time. He went to Barbados and did some work with Vasper Drakes along with Joffa Archer, and I like the way he looked. He's running in and bowling very, very good in this T20 series. He looks confident, strong as well.
Pause in play. Now we get the second ball of the over, and again it's an almost identical delivery. That's pitching, swinging away, and Hope is swinging hard at that one. It's through to the keeper, no run. The reason for the pause before that delivery was that someone had set up a trestle table that was in the batter's eye line behind the bowler, but it was the 4th umpire. It was the reserve umpire and the anti-corruption official who was sitting next to him. So they'd managed to set up the table in exactly the wrong place.
They just want a bird eye view.
Yes.
Yeah. they're anti-corrupt people, so they need to find out what's going on with that ball.
Absolutely. Sakib is on his way for the third time in the over. This time Shea Hope makes contact, pushes it to Bethel in the covers, and there's no run.
And one thing I can tell you about Shea Hope's technique, he stays very leg side of the ball. And that ball was just pitched between mid and leg, and because he's on leg stand, the ball is shifting away, just manages to punch it out to backward point. If he just come across and cover a bit more, he'll give himself a better chance of scoring through the offside. Because if the ball leaves him on the right length, he's going to edge it.
We are now completely under the floodlights. First started noticing the shadows about 17 overs in, but the light goes pretty quickly in the Caribbean, and so we're completely under floodlights now. Sakib again is probing that line just outside of off stump, and again Shea Hope is pushing it out into the covers for no run.
And the length is good too, Andrew. Not only the pace, 133 kilometers an hour, but the length is good. Hope staying on leg stump. And Sakib is zoning in on middle and leg, and the ball is shifting slightly away from the right-hander. And all Hope can do is just punch it out to Bethel at backward point. So this is a good over, 4 dot balls, pressure on Hope. Target is 219, the run rate is 11.67. Pressure at Darren Sammy Stadium.
Sakib is on his way, he's past the umpire. Well, that's interesting. Shea Hope's running at him with a huge, great swish, and didn't get close to it. He would have needed a yard brush to have made contact with that one. Through to the keeper, no run. 5 dot balls.
Not sure he was in the castries at that stage. He was so far from that ball. Like, that's gone away from him. He's gone early as well, because once the ball goes into the pitch, it just holds up a little bit. So he's beaten for pace, he was beaten for bounce, and he was nowhere near the line of the ball.
And what I like about Sakib is that he's holding his lines. It's not being flustered by Shea Hope.
To finish the over then, he goes in. Now that one's fuller, and there's definitely some tail on that one away, and that will be the end of the over. Punched up to mid-off. Hope plays out a maiden. West Indies 5 without loss after 2. Here on talkSPORT 2, the target is 219. They started off needing to score at 10.95 and over. That's already crept up to 11.9.
Yes, a very good over, very good first over from Sakib Mahmood, the second of the England innings at maiden. When you bowl a maiden in a T20 game, it's like climbing Mount Everest with 1,000 pounds on your back. So well done to the young man. He continues to show he's in good form, good rhythm, and he sits some very good lengths there to Shea Hope. And the ball just shaping away slightly from Hope. Hope advancing to one, the ball just going away from him. But I like the control he's showing.
Turner to continue. Oh, that one's on outside of leg stump, and Evan Lewis has simply got inside that, up and underneath it, and it's over deep backward square for 6. 11 without loss. Lewis has got 10 of those from 7 balls. Turner was it was bowled into the arc of Evan Lewis. That one, he simply had to get up and underneath it, and he did.
Typical Evan Lewis shot ball, pitch on length on leg stump. Not even moving his feet, just his hands coming through a beautiful back swing and hitting it clean over backward square for 6. Turner saw that shot a lot in the ODI series as well. So he needs to readjust his line and his length here, Turner. And remember, he has to push the ball across Evan Lewis. Don't give him any room or whiff on both either sides of the wicket. If not, he has the strength and the ability to clear the boundaries.
Average total batting first on this ground, 168. England put 218 on the ball. They were 50 above par. But it looks a good one, this one, as Turner goes in, gets that one straighter, and Lewis will turn to square leg, and they'll take a single. 12 without loss, 2 balls into the third over.
A better delivery there from Jon Turner. Ball back off the length, but coming into Lewis, not allowing Lewis, as the previous delivery, to use his arms, and he just stuck it quite nicely into the leg side and get a single. No danger between Lewis and Hope. We know they had problems in the previous T20 where Hope was run out. So communication and running between the wickets is going to be very important for these two West Indian opening batters.
Square boundaries are shorter, 63 metres both sides, whereas a straight hit will be about 71, 72 metres. Turner in once again. There's a bit of width on that one. That's a beautiful shot from Hope. For all his shimming around the crease and flaying, that one is just square driven through the covers off the middle of the bat. That's a sensational shot. He's off the mark with 4. West Indies 16 without loss.
Snap, crackle, pop. A fantastic shot from Shea Hope. Ball just stood up in the pitch, not a lot of pace, but he banged it quite nicely, hitting the ball on the bounce, hitting it down. and across the fast outfield at the Darren Sammy Cricket Stadium for 4. And that is a very good shot for Sheerhope. He held this position quite nicely as well.
You see, there's something to be said for just playing normal cricket shots, just hitting it hard. That's what that was. Turner goes in. Oh, it's an attempted straight drive. Inside edge, just past leg stump, and it goes away for 4. The over has gone 6-1-4-4, and Turner has bowled 10 deliveries that have gone for 20 runs. West Indies are 20 without loss.
The fortune favours the brave. Turner this time decided he's going to go full length at Hope. Hope looking to hit the ball somewhere into cash trees. Not a lot of movement of his feet. And ball hitting the thick inside edge and going down past the stumps, past the short fine leg for 4. So yet another boundary. Turner, this over scored 6 and 4 is 10. He's scored 15 runs already. He's only bowled 1.4 balls, 1 over 4 balls. He needs to be careful here, Turner. The score is 20. And he needs to obviously pull it back. He needs to get a dot ball in here. If not, he's going to be under severe pressure.
England have pulled 3rd inside the circle to put deep point out. And Hope simply stands where he is this time and goes over the leg side, over long on for 6 more. That is 2 beautiful cricket shots from Shai Hope for 2 of the boundaries this over. And the West Indies are now 26 without loss. And they are tucking into Turner at the moment.
Yes, that ball, a length delivery, and Sheerhope just hit it over long on. And then hitting it, Andrew, he showed it this day and he just bowed his head. Hey, didn't even look to see where the ball was going. He just bowed his head and said, yes, that's gone a long way for 6. And the West Indian supporters there obviously are flying the flags. So you can see the West Indies are starting to get a move on. 193 from 103 balls. And Hope is starting to look good.
We've got a run chase on, folks. Turner is in once again. This is hit over the covers and will land 20 metres in from the boundary sponge and then roll into it. 3 overs have been bowled. The West Indies are 30 without loss, and Turner has conceded all 30 in the 2 overs that he sent down. The West Indies need 189 from 102 balls here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Swinging around corners in the first 2 overs, couldn't get a bat on it, and then suddenly we've seen the swing go away and Turner just get his lines wrong, his lengths wrong, everything there. Bowled the wrong line and length to both batters at different times there. But how much has Shai Hope changed, Philo? A couple of years ago, he would have blocked that over out. And this time, he just went for it. His ability to work through the gears in T20 cricket has really changed in the last year and a half.
Well, he's worked really hard on his power game, as they call it these days. You know, and he has realized the importance of being able to hit 6s. And he showed his class in that over from Turner that cost 25 runs, where he can hit the length delivery now for 6. Maybe 3 years ago, that length delivery, he would have punched it down behind backward square. Because he's built up his power strength and his power game, he can hit length deliveries over extra cover, over long on, and he stands in a very good position. He has a good base on which to swing his bat from, and he's very powerful, and he times the ball to perfection. So this is good from Sheerhope. There's a good start to a decent run chase, 189 more runs in 102 balls. So the game is on.
10 o'clock on a Saturday evening. We've had some great sport all day. Are we building up to the best yet? Sakib is in, bowling right arm over. It's nipped off the seam. It's too high. It takes Lewis on the thigh pad. Sakib is absolutely right. It's straight enough, but it's too high. And as a result, the rest of the England fielders are kind of laughing this one off.
Like Butler, he said that was this high. He's pointed his wrist, his hands to his chest, but the other ball is nipping back on pace and off a very good length from Sakib and hitting Lewis really high in the inner thigh pad. But good delivery and Lewis jumping.
It hit him on the thigh pad while he was 2 foot off the ground. He was in mid-air.
But it's called bowler's excitement.
Yeah,
you just watch your opening bowler going for 25.
I can tell you, this may not have been the thigh pad.
Yes.
He might have hit him a little higher.
It's missed the inner thigh guard and taken him on the fleshy part of the thigh, and now he's going to suffer the indignity of the physio coming out, so he's going to have to drop his trousers so that the physio can put some ice spray on it. That's not ideal. Yes, as I was saying, it's been a hell of a Saturday. Some incredible sport all day long, but are we bringing you the best of it now? Because if the West Indies can get up and make the highest run chase on this ground to win this, it'll be a hell of a finish. The series has already gone, of course. England 3-0 up with today and tomorrow left, so it's about pride from a West Indian point of view. And 218 for 5 isn't necessarily what you would pick to chase down. But if you want to make a statement, it's not a bad scoreline, is it?
No, it's not a bad scoreline if they can get it to 219. It's a good start. The 3 overs on 1 ball, 30 runs. And obviously West Indies will feel that once these two can bat deep into the overs, get through this power play without losing any wickets, do an assessment after the power play, and then look to come fresh and hard at the English, because don't forget you got the spinners to come, and the West Indies will look to muscle those spin bowlers around this park. It's a good pitch. You must keep remembering that. It's a very good surface, and the outfield is quick enough. So West Indian batters just need to understand that once they get the ball into the outfield, they'll get value for their shots.
Also, England just doesn't have the experience that it would normally have. It doesn't have it at the death. It's not going to have it with their spinners, and I don't know if it's due yet, but we have seen Saqib already get the towel out quite a bit.
Absolutely. Right. Evan Lewis is re-trousered, and we can continue. Saqib is on his way over the wickets, and again it's taking him on the thigh pad, but again the shape back into the left-hander. They'll run the leg by. 188 needed from 100 balls. I'm not sure if Saqib has put his name in for the IPL auction this year. 574 players have declared themselves for this year's IPL auction. Jofra Archer and Mark Wood, though, not amongst them. So if you're after an English fast bowler, I wonder if Saqib might pick up some interest if he has put his name in.
Are you in, Macca?
I'm about the only other person who isn't. James Anderson is. Joss Butler and Liam Livingston are among the 12 marquee players who've been put forward. And I'll tell you just one other thing on that. Good to see. 3 associate players are in there as well. 2 from the USA, Ali Khan and Umakad Chand, and Brendan McMullen from Scotland.
Not the Italian bowler who we all thought might be a chance. Didn't quite make it to the short list.
Apparently not, no. Saqib is in. Oh, that's down the leg side. Shai Hope just gets a little fine brush on that one. Salt can't get across, and it'll be down to fine leg for 4. The runs keep on coming. 35 without loss.
You say the runs keep on coming, but Saqib still hasn't gone for a run off the bat yet. He's bowling beautifully here. He bowled 7 dot balls, and now he's bowled 5 runs in the last 2 balls, all for leg buys. This is a great bowling spell for your figures.
Yes, that would be a good ball to the left-handed Lewis. So he got his line all wrong. The length was good, but the line was wrong. The ball is clipping the tight pad of Shai Hope, and that too can go down as a bat, because the tight pads nowadays are so quick when the ball hits them, and down to the boundary for 4.
Saqib 9 balls into a spell. Here's number 10. Hope is inside out of that one. Hits it towards backward point, and Bethel can't get around to cut it off. The first runs off the bat go against Saqib Mahmood's name. England, well, West Indies have got a fly at 39 without loss with 4 balls into the 4th over, trying to make 219 here on talkSPORT 2.
I don't think Saqib should be angry there. That ball was pitched just inside off stump, leaving the right-handed Hope again advancing down the pitch and just a tick outside edge, and the ball flying over backward point. Bethel diving to his favourite side, the left side, and still cannot pull it in. And yet another boundary. The runs the West Indies will take them wherever they come, and England obviously be looking to break this partnership, but Hope is motoring on. He's 22 from 12 balls out of 39 runs.
Absolutely. Saqib in once again. Oh my goodness, Hope has clipped this over the leg side for 4, and it's just a clip, but he's in such good touch. It's flown off the middle of the bat, and it's back-to-back boundary 4s. West Indies 43 without loss, 176 are needed from 97 balls.
Saqib decided he's going to go. Saqib decided he's going to bowl an in swing on length for Hope, just having a very good shape and just clipping it in front of square. There's nobody in that area and down to the boundary for 4. So he's transferred the pressure that the England bowlers had in the first couple of overs. He's now transferred that pressure back onto the English bowlers. Let's see how Saqib is going to finish this over. He's 43 without loss. Hope has moved up to 26 in 13 balls. He's outscoring Evan Lewis, which is very important in this partnership.
I reckon we've got a cracking run chase on here, folks. Do not go anywhere. Saqib is in to finish the over. Once again, he's trying to keep it tight to Shai Hope so he can't free his arms. He'll turn it on the leg side, and it will be a single to finish the over. The West Indies are going at 11s at the moment. 4 overs gone, 44 without loss. 175 are needed from 96. And just to keep giving you some context on this, the West Indies have only once chased more than 200 to win a game in a T20 international, and that was against South Africa in Johannesburg back in 2015. Their next best run chase, 196 for 3 against India in Mumbai in 2016. So again, 219 is not only going to be the highest run chase on the ground, but it's something that West Indies do not regularly do. So I'm just trying to give you some context of what they're looking at and how impressive, therefore, this is.
Yeah, if they get up to 219, this will be super. Obviously, the series is already won by England, but to come now in the fourth T20, having the highest total to chase, and once they get to it successfully, it gives them a bit of muscle and elbow room and breathing space, and take some of the sadness off of the faces and some of the pressure off the management as well. Coach Dan Sammy would have been pondering what to do next, but obviously Hope and Lewis have given them, well, no pun intended, have given West Indies hope.
Very good. Sam Curran into the bowling attack, and he starts with a wide one outside of off stump. Hope will flat bat this out to the deep cover sweeper, and they will come back for a couple. And it needed backing up as it got through Phil Salts, but it was backed up, so it's 2. Sam Curran hasn't taken a wicket yet, 0 for 75 in 9 overs in this series. I think I'm right in saying, without checking, it's the first time it'll have been used as first change bowler.
It feels like a bit of a panic move, doesn't it? It's almost like they've just went, we need one of our smarter bowlers to come on now and just see if we can settle it all down a little bit.
Curran sets off, comes in past umpire Brathwaite. He's bowling left arm over, and that's wide of off stump. That's been hammered through extra cover for 4. England have a deep sweeper. It is Dan Mosley, and he's just basically retrieved that ball. The 50 is up in 4 overs and 2 balls, which is exactly the same amount of time as it took England to get to 50. England were 51 without loss. West Indies are 50 without loss.
Yes, a very good shot there from Sheer Hope. Again, Sam Curran, not a lot of pace, just wide. Sheer Hope staying low in his stance and just hitting that ball hard and all along the ground through extra cover. And Mosley was just a mere spectator, just picking it up and throwing it back. But this is very good from Sheer Hope.
He's bowling to his field. That's what he's trying to do, get him to hit it to cover, and he's got 6 runs off 2 balls anyway.
Curran goes in again. Shea Hope, lovely shot, just opened the face of the blade at the last minute to get it wider of Mosley, who is that deep man, and therefore they're able to take a single 51 without loss.
Jarrod, I'm a big believer in bowling straight.
You don't like wide half volleys?
No.
I bet you did when you were batted.
Yeah, but not when
hitting them over mid off like you used to.
You have a total. You have a good total on the board. You have the pitch is good. Why bowl wide and full at 110 kilometers an hour?
Also, we've seen hitting the pitch has still been helpful for the seamers on this wicket. I don't really understand that length.
They're just bowling light and wide. Well, that ball from Sam Curran is 130 kilometers, but the whiff is too much whiff on the ball. Sheer Hope relishes whiff. He likes the ball wide so he can play the square drive and the extra cover drive. So it's just about readjusting your line and your length and setting the field to suit. Now, Josh Butley is going to drop 2 men down on the offside, which is going to encourage Sam Curran to even bowl more balls outside the off stump.
No, I think this is to lefty, isn't it? I think they're going to. I think there might be some short balls.
So they're going short to Lewis. Be interesting. Curran goes in, and it's a slower ball down the leg side. It'll be called wide.
So remember when I said they were bringing their smarter bowler on? And this is their plan, and it's just going horribly wrong. And I wonder, watching that ball, let's see if they get the towel out.
You see, there's no job for Archer. Where Stopley is back in the UK.
Agreed.
So this is experimentation here.
Adil Rashid as well.
Well, he's sitting in the dugout.
So there's a lot of very experienced bowlers not playing. But that last one, I just wondered if that was the due, because that way you don't really see Sam Curran bowl that ball that often early on.
Curran in for the 4th ball of the over. That looked back of the hand, but it's been inside half of the bat from Evan Lewis, and it'll be very well fielded by Mosley, who ends up at very deep backward square, diving away to his left-hand side and keeps it down to 2. West Indies 54 without loss.
That's a pretty decent ball. Full length Yorker. Lewis is going to hit it hard through the offside, getting the thick inside edge. But fantastic work from Dan Mosley. I like this boy. He's a good cricketer. Obviously, he and Bethel, I believe, in practice drills will be fighting. We know this little competitiveness between the two of them. And it's good to see that he's really put in the effort. But a good delivery from Sam Curran, resulting in 2 runs. But at least he threatened the stumps of Evan Lewis.
Sam Curran in for the 5th ball. It's back of the hand. Hit hard by Lewis. Livingston's jogging after that one, and it'll go all the way out to Overton at deep mid-wicket, and they'll come back for a couple. Did look like Livingston was escorting that one out there.
I think England have been told not to run at full pace on this outfield again because...
Why?
Because I think they're worried about the surface.
Well,
and
I think they're
divots.
chickens. There's nothing wrong with the outfield.
I'm not saying
you're looking for an excuse here, Jarrod. There's nothing wrong with that outfield. It is picture perfect. It's hot.
It's not picture perfect. There are puddles of sand everywhere.
Because that sound was there from Thursday, and there's no hurricane. That's drain agent. England just need to. The series is won. They just need to put a bigger effort. I thought he was jogging that ball. That's poor.
Final ball of the over from Curran is a short one. It bounced pretty high. Evan Lewis was looking around saying, well, is that a wide for height? Umpire says no. So 5 overs gone. 56 without loss are the West Indies. They're trying to make 219. They need 163 more runs from 90 deliveries. Jarrod Kimber's going to give you some more sage thoughts while Jon Norman and Machel St Patrick Hewitt come in.
Jon Norman? West Indies need 163 off 90. They're right on the rate at the moment, but I just think the ball's coming onto the bat a lot better at the moment than it did even in England's innings. I thought there was a lot more poor bowling, although that last over from Sam Curran and the over that Turner went for, they certainly didn't bowl perfectly either. But it just feels like it's sliding on. That is after about 12 balls where it went around corners, swinging absolutely sideways. So England not getting that early breakthrough that you would usually expect from that amount of seam movement has changed things. And we're now seeing Dan Mosley bowl in the power play. So I think we're seeing a couple of, I wouldn't say panic moves because I think that's the wrong way of putting it, but I think we're seeing England try and work this out on the fly because things are definitely happening here. Jon Norman.
Thanks very much.
So the red one, when it's flashing, means you're on. I know you knew the radio.
This is why you wear a headset, because you know if your mic's on or off. There's a lesson to learn, but that's a story for another day. 56 without loss. England earlier were 54 for 1. They got off to a terrific start. West Indies needed to do something similar. First ball from Mosley, and Shy Hope has crunched him over extra cover for 6. We know that he likes to fire the ball in. This was supreme hand speed from Shy Hope. West Indies know what to expect now.
Yeah, I think mostly coming in now. Obviously, Jarrod was just explaining why he might be, but it smacks of Rodman Powell coming on to bowl after 8 overs in the England innings, and England already search. I refuse to believe this was the plan in the power play for Mosley to bowl.
Second ball, Mosley's over and just drags the length back a touch. Hope takes a single to wide long on. After that maiden over, bowled by Saqib Mahmood, West Indies have got into their work. Evan Lewis, 15 from 13, but Shy Hope, 41 from 19. And we've still got 4 deliveries left in the power play.
If the plan is to chase down this 219 to win, they're certainly going about it the right way.
Touch wider of the crease, and that is a smart bit of work behind the stumps. And I have got a feeling that Evan Lewis may be in trouble here. This is fired down the leg side. Lewis got in an almighty tangle. Lost track of where the ball was. It had been fielded behind the stumps. And we will see whether his foot was in the air when Phil Salt took the bails off. But the reaction of the keeper to the naked eye, it looks like Lewis might be in trouble.
Yeah, I think he's out here. I think his foot's hovering above the ground, but let's see. Oh.
Foot is in the air. Okay, just take it back one frame, director.
Well, I think there might be one frame in it, and at second viewing, then maybe
Director,
that
can you
one
take it back
frame
one frame for me, please?
is going to save Evan Lewis.
They can't give it out based on what we're seeing.
Waiting on frame.
I mean, that's just in, isn't it, at that point? I mean, it looked out naked, but
Still waiting for that frame to go back.
Oh, here we go.
Ball, foot is in the air. Wicket is still not broken. Keep going.
his foot's on the
Yeah,
ground.
his foot's
He's
on the
in.
ground.
Thank you, director. Do you have a zoom on that? Okay, just take it back one and move forward frame by frame.
This is one of those instances where you wonder what they're seeing that we, that we can't see, because this looks in.
I think he's had one job
Okay,
today,
go
and he's just
forward
making
now.
sure he gets it right.
Right foot is in the air. Wicket is still not broken.
I mean, you can see the toe
One
now.
forward. Okay, the foot is grounded when the wicket is broken. I have a decision for the
Umpire.
And that decision is
Has someone just cut his mic? We
not
can actually
out.
hear fans in the background. Oh, there we go. He's pressed the big button.
Well, it took a while, but we got there, and the correct decision was made. Evan Lewis was not stumped. Mosley again, and Lewis has hit him for 6 over long on. Just for a minute, it looked like he might have got the elevation, but whilst there didn't appear to be a great deal of timing there, enough muscle to see the ball sail over the boundary. Kept a touch low, and West Indies continue in good vein.
It's an interesting shot there by Lewis, because I think it speaks to the fact that he's not in the best of form across this series, and use the word there, Jonathan, that he's muscled it. I think he's just relied on, I'll just go back to doing that if it's not going to be my up.
This is it's a short delivery from Mosley, and Evan Lewis has thrown his hands at this. Phil Salt's taken a decent catch behind the stumps, but nothing from the bat on the ball.
I tell you what, though, Evan Lewis's feet are all over the place again. He's almost fallen over on front foot and back foot there. He needs to muscle his feet to the ground, guys.
He's not timing it at all, though, is he?
Last ball of the over, pitched up and driven to the fielder Overton on the circle. So 2 sixes and a single from an eventful 6th over, but one which has yet to, or didn't yield a wicket. Lewis has moved to 21, Hope 41, and the West Indies need 150 from the final 84 deliveries. They are 69 without loss after 6. And Machel and Patrick Hewitt, if they were going to come close, I know you were scouring the CPL for signs that a T20 team can chase down 219 at this ground. They needed to get off to a good start, and they've done that.
Yeah, so just to give that context, so Trinbago Knight Riders chased down 213 to win, eventually making 218, which was, I believe, was in 2018 or 19 in the CPL. But
it was 2018.
Was it 18?
And it was the most embarrassing professional moment in my career. So if we can just cut that out. I believe they needed 15 runs and over for about the last 10 overs, and they got it easy.
Well,
Rayan Ahmed to bowl his first over, coming in for the 7th, and this is a single taken to leg side.
I think it was my dad's first ever T20 game, and afterwards he goes, it's not bad. After 15 years of slagging the format, he was like, yeah, if this happens every time, and I was like, you realise that I was the team that lost here. Darren Bravo, that was.
Who chased it? Hit? Okay.
Which makes it worse.
What I would say, though, as Rehan gets ready, is that maybe Darren Sammy's pulled off a masterstroke by adding the extra batter, knowing how the pitch was going to play, and just banking on, let's win the toss and just see how many we can limit England to, but we can chase it.
Ahmed in again. This is wide. It'll certainly be 1 run, and that's all it'll be. This is cut to backward point at Bethel Fields. He was at top score for England with 62 not out earlier today, as England posted 218 for 5. No international team's gone past 200 successfully on the chase until today. Ahmed is in, and it'll be 6 more runs from the bat of Shea Hope. A little bit of a drag down. And Hope, in the form that he is in this evening, is not going to miss out there.
Yeah, that was in Hope's arc, and I think, yeah, as you said, it's a drag down. It may even have slipped out slightly, and Hope's just onto that in a flash. Nearly took someone out in someone diving for cover. No attempt to catch it.
Pulled this time, similar part of the ground, but all along the ground to over to Newfields. Wide along on. One more run to the score. 9 runs coming from Rayan Ahmed's first 4 deliveries, and Shy Hope 1 away from 50, and in good time. Jacob Bethel hit a 22 ball 50 earlier today. I think that was the second or third quickest against the West Indies. Ahmed is in again. This is turning away from Lewis. Stands tall, punches this square of the wicket for another run. 10 from it, 1 ball left of the 7th. West Indies 79 without loss.
I think Rehan might be bowling just a touch too short here on this particular wicket. But given it's his first over, he's possibly looking for what purchase he can get.
Short again on the pull, swivels, and that's a fine shot. Sam Curran didn't have to make up a huge amount of ground there at deep mid-wicket, but that was a blistering shot from Shy Hope. He raises the bat. He's the 3rd man to go past 50 today. And I hope there's plenty more. 53 not out, West Indies 83 without loss after 7.
Another T20 innings that Shay Hope has played, which makes some of his ODI innings all the more baffling. That he's clearly capable of going at, well, this is a strike rate of 200 plus in this particular innings, but doesn't always produce that in the 50 over format.
Well, it's incredible how he's gone from not being a CPL player to being an IPL player. CPL teams didn't even want a bar of him for a long time. He couldn't get in the squad. Where's Jamie Overton? Is he not bowling today? Because what we've seen so far today is if you hit the wicket, there's a little bit in there, a little bit of inconsistency if you go back of a length. And we're seeing spin from both ends.
Liam Livingstone it is. First ball, and this is down the leg side, not taken by Phil Salt. The chase is on for Turner, but he's not going to successfully pull the ball in, so a little bit of a gimme there. Wide's called as well, so 5 runs coming from the start of the over, bowled by Liam Livingstone.
Yeah, he did. Just jumping on that point there from Jarrod, that I'll come back to that one actually.
Livingstone again. This is plenty of flight on leg stump, and Lewis will certainly take one, and that's a good bit of running from Lewis, who hairs back for a second as well.
Yeah, not the most nimble between the wickets, Evanos, but he's certainly got a move on there. Hence why he's probably adjusting himself afterwards. Not the most nimble in the field either, but the most successful bowler for the West Indies was Alzari Joseph, who can crank it up. And you're looking at the England attack, and there's no Jofra there today. They don't really have that kind of bowler who can go the extra clicks.
Livingstone again, plenty of flight, and that's not really what's needed. Again, the West Indies batter happy just to hit through the line and straight, and that's 6 more. This is a punishing over already for Livingstone.
Yeah, the experiment of spin from both ends may well end after this particular passage of play, but we saw in the England innings that it's comfortable playing through the line on this wicket, so questionable why he'd float it up.
This is fired in from Livingstone, and Lewis has got all the time in the world just to almost paddle pull this over the fielder. That short fine leg backward square is not going to stop this, so it's another boundary.
I winced watching that on the replay. As a real drag down rank. It was begging to be put away, and Lewis gave it the treatment.
Oh,
Livingstone.
The attempted band cat, or the I could have man-catted you, I think.
I think that was I could have man-catted you. Livingston again. And a dot ball pushed to Butler at short cover. Lewis suddenly is 35 from 23. Hope 53 from the same amount of balls faced. 100 up for West Indies. Lots of flight here. And it's just in the arc. And Lewis has smashed that out of the ground.
I think the plan is to float it up and get Lewis to lose his shape. But all Liam Livingstone has succeeded in doing is landing the ball exactly wherever Lewis wants it to go. You let Lewis free his arms, it's going out the ground.
I can promise you there's no plan because because the first ball he bowled a quick off spinner, then he bowled an even quicker ball down the leg side, and that was a wrist spinner. So I think he cycled through 3 plans in 3 balls there at Mash. And if anything, I just think he thought, well, he's seen the off spin all right. Maybe the off spin's not coming out. I'll bowl the leg spinner, and we're going to need another ball. That's where Darren Bravo kept hitting the 6s, by the way. Evan Lewis is actually tired from hitting so many boundaries.
Well, the bad news for Lewis is he's got another delivery from Liam Livingstone to face.
This is why it's always important to watch what happens when the other team bats as well, because as woeful as some of the West Indian bowling looked first up, England are looking equally non-threatening.
Well, it feels like they didn't watch the first innings, if we're being completely honest. It feels like they didn't see anything that was successful, and they've come in with a different plan that is worse.
The ball has been retrieved. This is wide of the tram lines. So an over that started with 5 wides features another. And Livingstone still has to bowl the over out. It's gone for 24. This is flatter, and Lewis has just picked up his 3rd 6 of the over. Jacob Bethel at mid-wicket fancied it right until the end. He's hurled himself over the boundary. But 30 runs have come from Liam Livingstone's first and probably only over of the innings. And the West Indies, I have to say, are favourites from here to win the match.
Yeah, most definitely. And that one, Jarrod, that's what I was trying to get at with the ball, I think 2 balls ago. I know you think there wasn't a plan there, but Lewis lost his shape with that one, but just slogged it over deep mid-wicket region, I believe it was, and he wasn't in control. But I don't know, unless you think that Liam still doesn't have a plan.
Well, I mean, again, that was short. So the one that you were talking about was Fuller and a wrist spinner. That was short and a finger spinner. So we saw essentially 4 different kinds of deliveries there. I think you're right. I think that one, he tried to bowl it slower, and you're right, Lewis lost his shape. But to say that he has a plan at the moment when we've seen 4 completely different deliveries is optimistic, Mash, I think, at this point.
Sam Curran is in. He's bowling very close to the wicket and slanting the ball across the right-hander at Shai Hope, who's been watching the fun and games at the non-strikers end. Evan Lewis is almost up with him now. He does take a single, though. That brings Lewis back on strike. 54 from 24 from the bat of Shai Hope. Evan Lewis 47 from 25. And the West Indies, who need 219 to win this match. 114 without loss on talkSPORT 2. We've had 1 ball of the 9th. This is, I mean, it does bring into focus those 2 drops of Liam Livingstone in that 3rd T20. If West Indies had won that match, could really be set up nicely. This is on the pads. It's slow from Curran. And once again, Lewis is in no danger whatsoever. He knows as soon as he rocks back and pulls this either to the side or up and over that fielder who's in at short fine leg, there ain't no stopping the ball. And that's 50 up for Evan Lewis. 51 from 26. Windies 118 without loss.
I'm trying to establish if there's any issues with the ball in terms of due or it. It's hard to understand how England have been so erratic.
We did see that in the it goes again, Evan Lewis, and it's 4 more. It was Mosley at deep mid-wicket who was trying to get round to cut the ball off, a potential catch. The ball was hit just forward of square, the leg side boundary. But Mosley couldn't complete the catch or stopped the ball. One bounce four, and the runs continue to flow.
Yeah, just out of the reach there. I think it might have even grazed his fingertips as it went past.
Lewis now has gone past hope. Curran is in, and he's been smashed. This is a good looking shot for 6. Straight back over the bowler, over long off. And Curran is also proving to be expensive. 128 without loss, West Indies. We haven't even had 9 overs.
Yeah.
I'm having to check myself. That is
You're
right,
right,
isn't it?
It's okay if you're confused, because this is crazy. Do you remember when I said if you can bowl into the wicket, you've got a bit of a chance on this surface? Have they bowled any balls into the wicket at all? So the slower ball that he bowled down the leg side, okay, he got the line wrong and fine. It might have gone for 4 anyway. But it was still too full. I fundamentally don't understand how they could watch that first innings and think this. At the very least, let's say they had their own plans and they've come undone. At what stage do you just try the middle of the surface? And is Overton bowling, or is he just as a specialist batter today?
I think we'll find out in the next over whether he's bowling.
We should have found out about 3 overs ago.
Well, that's true, but I think we'll find out for sure in the next over, because we're not going to see Livingston again. I mean, it's not even as though Obed McCoy was bowling his 4 overs right at the start of the innings. It was the 18th and 20th over. Curran again, and Lewis takes one hand off the bat. He's trying to swing this over mid-wicket. He gets a leading edge which flies over the boundary at long leg, and everything is going West Indies' way now. Another 6. Lewis moves to 67, the score 134 without loss.
Yeah, right smile there by Evan Lewis, and I think that's reflective of the fact that I don't think he's middling a lot of these. I mean, the one before, which went straight back over Sam Curran's head, that wasn't middled either. And I think it's just reflective of Lewis thinking it's just my day today. Zoomed to 67 of 29 when at one point I think he was 15 of 12.
51 runs from 11 deliveries. Curran again. This is banged in. Will it be called a wide? Yes. But at least it didn't go for 6. I mean, when I checked myself about whether they really had scored 135 or whatever it was at the time in 9 overs, the reason for that was that they have absolutely obliterated England in less than 2 overs.
It is seemingly very, very humid out there. Sam Curran looks like he's almost melting in that heat.
Last ball of the 9th over, 135 without loss. And Evan Lewis is dropped. Brilliant effort from the fielder running around the boundary's edge. It's the captain, Butler, who is got one hand to this, unable to clasp the opportunity, and actually does well to prevent another boundary. Cutter from Curran, bowled into the surface. Lewis has gone downtown, hasn't quite got enough on it, and Butler, via wrist and chin, has dropped the catch but saved the 6.
Yeah, I'm gonna be nice there. I can't call that one a drop. I think I'm going to call that one the same, because he's caught it on the forearm. It might even be 4, because I think they have to check if Liam Livingstone touched the boundary rope afterwards.
It would be hilarious if Butler has done one of the greatest stops we've ever seen, and Liam Livingstone's gone to pick the ball up and accidentally stood on the thing, which it did look like he has. Well, Overton's obviously not bowling. Can I just give you guys the economy rates by length? If you bowl full on this wicket, you go at 16 runs per over if you're a seam bowler. If you bowl length on this wicket, you go at 10 runs and over. If you bowl short of a length, you go at 8.3. If you bowl short, you go at 8.4. Anyone see any patterns there?
Well, Rayan bowled a couple short.
It's not worked as well for the spinners, I give you that.
Here is Ahmed. Tosses it up. And Lewis again tries to hit straight, but he's going to be caught. It's Mosley running in from the boundary at extra cover. And Lewis's 30-ball innings has finally come to an end, but not before he smashed 68. Ahmed with the breakthrough. West Indies lose their first, 136 for 1.
In a weird way, that was one of the streakiest 68s of 31 balls that I've seen. Evan Lewis has hit 7 sixes and 4 fours in that innings of 68. I'm not sure of those 11 boundary balls how many of them were really and truly middled. And it's another ball where he swiped at it. Obviously, it's caught out in the deep, and England will possibly think he should have been gone a lot earlier. But West Indies won't complain. He's set the foundation. West Indies 136 for 1, and we're not at the halfway stage yet.
So a breakthrough for England. It's come thanks to Rayan Ahmed. But yeah, what an innings. I'm not sure how many deliveries Shai Hope has actually faced in the last 3 overs.
Yeah, it's a very good point. A very, very good point, because when Lewis went on that onslaught, I think you gave me the stat of 51 runs in 11 balls, and Lewis must have faced all of them, surely.
I think so. I think Hope might have taken a single. He might have faced one of them. That 136 stand for the first wicket was the second best for the West Indies. Gale and Smith versus South Africa back in 2007, the only one that's gone past it, 145.
You never know, one wicket for England may well spark some kind of way of getting back into the game. The worry England will have is that West Indies have packed their bat in today. Rodman Powell is scheduled to come in at number 7, and given the foundation that Hope and Lewis have put on, or laid down here I should say, it's hard to see how West Indies lose from this point. Of course they can.
Yeah, you said it.
It's hard to see how.
Note to producer, clip that. We've had a message from Georgie Heath, who is tuning into talkSPORT 2 from a morning run here, and she sends a photo, which I think she's in Australia, and I might be wrong, but that she may be running the famous Bondi to Coogee. Have you been to Australia?
I've not, I've not. But after West Indies' Gabba victory, I may have to go next time.
Well, it is something, that walk. That's for sure. If it is the Bondi to Coogee walk, it looks like she might be sending a photo from Bondi. Anyway, Rayan Ahmed is back after his success, and Nicholas Pooran is going to be another wicket. Nicholas Pooran, first ball, has drilled the ball to mid-wicket. Shai Hope has just set off, and the throw has come in to Ahmed, and the stumps are messed up, and that is a calamitous little passage of play for the West Indies. 2 down now, 136 for 2.
Well, Nicholas Pooran knows that's his fault. He called the run. He clearly called a run and set off 2 run. Shai Hope hasn't even looked back at Nicholas Pooran, and I don't blame him. He's gone halfway down the wicket, and the ball's come back before he's really even had a chance to turn back round. And I said Rodman Powell was scheduled to come in at number 7, but he's now coming in at number 4, probably because he's a right-hander, and Hetmeyer and Rutherford are left-handers, and they want to go right-left, you would assume, but I can't see why else he'd come in ahead of Hetmeyer and Rutherford.
Well, England are on a team hat-trick.
Is it possible that Hetty's coming in a little bit later just because he's such a good chaser, and you want Rodman to come in, keep hitting boundaries for a little bit, and then if it gets tight, Hetty comes in your 14th, 15th over?
Yeah, also possible. Also possible that's what it's down to. I mean, if you look at Hetmeyer and how he played his role in IPL, he's a late order slugger nowadays. Wait.
3rd wicket in the over. Rayan Ahmed has got the inside edge from the bat of Nicholas Pooran, who's all feet and hands. And the West Indies, incredibly, have lost 3 wickets in 3 balls.
I mean, we thought that was a replay. There was something so odd about that. The world deflated as that happened. So, is that a team hat-trick? I don't even know how many balls and how many wickets we've had in a row now. It's a team hat-trick. Put that one down if you're fans of that kind of thing. But essentially it's a wrong-un, and yet his hands are outside the line of it. He's managed to get a wrong-un, pick it, but actually play outside the line and drag it back onto the stumps. And a minute ago, England must have been 15, 20, 25 to 1, and they've come storming back in.
If you are unfamiliar with the Caribbean vernacular vex, Darren Sammy is currently sporting that look.
He's pure vex?
Yeah, he is vexed right now. That is calamitous. That is calamitous cricket. It's the only way to describe what's happened in the last minute.
Unbelievable. Well, we've still got 3 balls left of this Rayan Ahmed over.
Did the producer clip me saying West Indies?
I'm not seeing the wicket from front on. Can I have a side on?
Guys,
having a look to see if
I don't actually know if Nicholas Pooran has hit the stumps. It looks to me like he's deflected the ball via an inside edge onto his pads, and it's hit Phil Salt.
On a side on.
I
think it might. No. Oh no, it is the ball. It's the ball.
It's just the ball, isn't it?
Yeah,
but it made it, because of the bat and the pad and Salt's gloves, it just made it look for a second like it was Salt taking the bails off, but it wasn't. It was definitely the ball. But you well picked up, because wasn't Pooran off the field by that stage?
Yeah.
Because he'd motored off. He's just been given out, but he's already on the team bus. He's had a shower. He's cleaned his kit, Mash.
Well, Shimron Hetmeyer is in.
Like I said, in case they have a bit of a collapse, they keep him around.
So the West Indies have got 2 batters who've yet to face a delivery. They've lost 3 wickets in 3 balls, and Ahmed is in, and Hetmeyer is forward and playing the most defensive of all defensive forward shots there. Wow. This game.
It's an extraordinary passage of play.
Macca's next, 2 balls from now. They're down on the pads, and Hetmeyer gets off the strike with a little clip to the leg side. So we read that. 137 for 3. 1 ball left of Rayan Ahmed's second over.
I mean, we still have to remember, West Indies need 82 from 61. Just looking back at the run out now. So Pooran's not only got himself out, he's run out Hope. So that's a Pooran's gifted England 2 wickets in essence.
He's called it, and then he's realised he's hit it straight to the fielder, but he's also taken a couple of steps, and so Shai Hope has just sprinted down, and by the time he turned around, he was just gone, wasn't he?
Yeah, Pooran, who dropped Liam Livingstone twice in the 3rd T20, a relatively low scoring affair, and Nip Tucker has affected 2 wickets in that over. He's gone now though, as Rovman Powell, his first delivery is pushed to point for a single. Right, we are at the halfway stage of the innings. West Indies need 81 from 60 deliveries. They've got Hetmeyer and Powell at the crease, and after a word from Jarrod Kimber, he'll be returning Andrew McKenna and Philo Wallace.
I think the big issue for the West Indies is the big issue for England is they've got 2 batters that are set, which is great. Don't think it's an easy wicket though to be able to force a couple more quick wickets without the opposition doing something crazy like running themselves out or hitting the ball back onto their stumps or anything like that. And because they're so far ahead of the rate now, if Hetmeyer and Powell just knock the ball around for a little while, they've still got Roston Chase and Rutherford and Akil Hassan to come, so they can catch up even if they do get behind. But they're so far ahead now that it's going to be hard for England to manufacture wickets. Mind you, I probably would have said that 3 ball or an over back as well, Macca, and there we were.
At the start of the last over, the West Indies were 136 without loss, and I was thinking to myself, I'm going to come on and go, well, there you go, win the toss, win the game. And now, all of a sudden, 138 for 3. 81 from 60 is the equation. But Rovman Powell and Shimron Hetmyer, 2 batters with a single to the name. It's going to be John Turner to bowl a new over. Starts with a wide full toss. A wide half volley. And Powell drives him through extra cover for 4. 142 for 3. The 10th 4 of the innings. 10 sixes as well for the West Indies. Philo Wallace, I mean, this has just been great viewing for us. Great listening, I hope, for everyone at home. But what a game of cricket this is.
Yeah, it's a good game, actually. West Indies looking to get to 219, the highest chase at the stadium.
Turner in. It's Powell coming forward, pushing to mid-off. Takes a comfortable single. The West Indies need 76 from 58 to
and
win.
they're off to an electric start with sheer hope on Evan Lewis hitting the ball to all parts of the boundary. And before that, when England started to bowl, the ball was boomeranging. And once you get past that boomerang, it was just willow on leather. Ball being hit to all parts of the ground. Then we saw the dismissal of Lewis, then the dismissal of Hope, and then the dismissal of the mighty Puran. And all of a sudden, we see messages being sent out. Bill of partnership. 76 from 58 balls. You would expect West Indies to cruise here, but England have obviously they've held their nerves and put some pressure back on West Indies. How well will Hetmyer respond? He's yet to get a significant score in this series.
England put a short leg in towards him. Turner will go in and bowl an in-ducking full toss that beats Overton at mid-off, but isn't going to have enough power on it to get to the boundary, and they're going to end up with 2.
That's poor running.
That is appalling running. They have ambled 2.
Well, the Hetmyer not as fit as he should be, but that should be 3 runs. So looking for the Yorker, the ball, the 2 on the back, hit it straight down to long up mid-off. Overton misfield the ball, come into his left, and then got up and chased and only got 2 runs. That is very poor running.
74 from 57, the equation. In goes Turner again. Short ball. Hetmyer's on the pull. Gets it out to deep mid-wicket. Mosley is stationed out there, and it'll be a single. 73 from 56, the requirement, Jarrod.
It's a weird field as well, because it wasn't a normal mid-off. He was like in almost at extra covered kind of position. And they've got 2 catchers on the leg side. So they've gone with an experimental field. We've seen them use this at times in this series before. Just go all in with a very odd field. And we expect them to bowl short, and I don't know why you would have that field and then bowl your next ball full outside off stump, Macca, but that's a different conversation.
Well, yeah. Turner in once again to Rovman Powell, pushes out on the offside. Bowler will field in his follow-through, no run. You were talking earlier about the various theories about why Hetmyer might have come in slightly lower down. There is another one that you didn't include. He's rubbish against England. In 8 games, 46 runs at an average of 5.8. His best against England in T20 internationals is 14.
Well, he's only 10 away.
Yes. And that was in his first ever game against England back in on this ground, March 2019. Rovman Powell is coming forward to Turner, pushes to long on. Overton is stationed on the boundary on this occasion, and that completes the over. Single taken, 147 for 3 here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. West Indies need 72 more runs from 54 balls.
It's a poor over. There's so much pressure on. He's come in, his first ball, he's bowled a throw down half volley outside off stump. He's then got no mid-off in place, so essentially there's a tactic they're going for, and he's just overpitched on off stump. He might have been going for the bluff ball, like I don't want to have it go, but he didn't put any pressure back on the West Indies in that over, and that's what they really needed.
At the same stage, West England were 110 for 2, so West Indies clearly ahead. But when you look at it, Powell now will have to play the rescue out. He's been the one consistent batter in the middle. I remember there's no Shepherd.
Rayan Ahmed to start a new over. It's a wide googly outside of off stump, and Powell has just dispatched him over long on for 6. That'll bring up the 150. 153 for 3, first ball of the 12th over.
Well, they're not allowing the leg spinner to settle at all. Rayan Ahmed, that ball was wide and allowed Powell to use his arms, big arms, and that lovely bat, hit straight through the ball and hit it straight over long on for a 6. A good start to the over for West Indies. Pressure back on Rayan Ahmed, whose previous over was a successful one. Let's see how well he can rebound from that 6.
Yep, no Adil Rashid for the last game or this one. It's a game for Rayan Ahmed to get more experience in the bank. And when you've got guys flaying you around, you have to come back. He does. He goes full into the toes. Powell hits to Overton at long on. And there is a single to be taken. If you haven't seen Cameron Ponsonby's article on Cricinfo about Overton, it's very much worth a read. If nothing else, for the comparison that Cam starts off the article saying, in Friends, Joey and Chandler bought a duck for no other reason than they could, and it looks like Overton is England cricket's duck at the moment. They want him in the side, but they're just not sure why. Ran in around the wicket to Hetmeyer, off the inside half of the bat, will roll along the floor up to mid-on to Livingston. They'll take a single, 64 needed from 51.
Yes, obviously Hetmeyer looking to get a score. It's important for him and his confidence, and for West Indies as well. There is Ross and Chase and Rutherford sitting in the dugout, but these two would have to look to win this game for West Indies.
Ahmed is in. Rodman Powell takes a big stride across outside of the off stump, plays the flick, and it'll go away for 4. The fielder out on the deep square leg boundary, can't get around down to fine leg, and it'll be another boundary. And the West Indies have got it almost down to a run a ball at this stage. 60 from 50. Set 219 to win this game. We were actually joking off air, Philo and I, a few moments ago, saying, wouldn't it be incredible if they were to achieve a record score winning with about 5 balls to spare? They might do it with a bit more than 5 at this rate.
Yeah, they're going well. That's a very good shot for Rothman Powell. Staying low in the stance and just helping the ball down behind square for 4. Josh Butler now is going to leg slip.
Ryan Ahmed is in, bowls the leg break. It's guided down to short third. Turner will dive away to his left-hand side inside the circle, get a hand on it, but he doesn't stop it cleanly. They will take 2, 58 from 49 the requirement.
Good awareness there by Powell and Hetmeyer. Powell is working the ball behind point. Turner going down like a lumberjack, getting up like a container truck full of logs. And the batter is coming back for an easy second run, despite Phil Salt saying, come on Turner, but good awareness.
Ryan Ahmed to finish it. Oh, it was a full toss. And if he had his time again, Rodman Powell would be lashing that over mid-wicket, but he didn't. He pushed it along the floor to mid-on, who was inside the circle. There's no run. Ryan Ahmed's now got 2 for 30 from 3 overs. It's been a bonkers last 10 minutes or so. The West Indies absolutely cruising until Nicholas Pooran ran out his captain, selling him down the wicket at the non-striker's end. Then played one onto his stumps the very next ball. And yeah, absolute craziness. 136 for none at the start of the 10th. 136 for 3 balls later.
Yes, a good comeback here from England, but Powell, the captain, Powell is a captain. He's come out and he's 20 from 10 balls. Continues this good form, good consistent scores throughout this series, and he'll be looking obviously to try to get the other 58 runs from 48 balls. Hetmeyer is 5 from 5. He'll be looking to get a score. His highest score, as Maka said, is 14, and that was scored at this ground in 2019, which is a long time ago. A lot of things happened a long time ago in 2019, so Hetmeyer obviously is looking to get a decent score here to give him confidence for the final T20, and then West Indies face Bangladesh. So there's a lot still to play for West Indies here, but to get up to 219, if they can do that, will be a very good batting effort.
England have turned to Saqib Mahmood. I think this is a good move to come back in and bowl his 3rd over. He starts full and straight, hit to mid-off by Hetmeyer. Joss Butler will do the fielding, just a single taken, 57 from 47. Saqib 0 for 9 coming into this 3rd over. England need to regain a bit of control in this one, so go back to arguably your best performer in the series.
Yeah, he's going to strike Borla because he wants to break this partnership. You don't want Hetmeyer and Powell to build any significant partnership in this run chase. 57 runs from 47 balls. Obviously, you would think the West Indies are cruising here, but as we saw, 3 quick wickets, maybe they will get another 1, brings 2. Might bring 3 again, and then you're into the tail. So it's important here for Powell and Hetmeyer to still continue to back cautious.
Here goes Saqib in once again. Powell turns it through square leg. Long single out to Sam Curran on the boundary. 56 from 46, 163 for 3.
Yeah, good in swinger there from Saqib. That ball coming back in quite sharply to Captain Powell, who just worked it nicely in front of square for yet another single. It's good to see that between all that hitting 4s and 6s, there's still some common sense batting of working the ball into the gaps and picking up the 1s and 2s. We haven't seen any effect of Joe anyway on the ball.
No. Wonder if we'll see Overton bowl this evening. He's sort of has one match where he bowls, one match where he doesn't.
It's too late. I mean, surely if they were going to bring him on, he would have bowled already, right?
You would have thought, but hey. Saqib in once again. He gets big on Hetmeyer and he edges it down to third. Took the shoulder of the bat, flew away. They'll take a single. 164 for 3.
Good pacey short ball there from Saqib Mahmood. That ball just hitting and leaving Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer looking to play the ball into the leg side. But with these modern day bats now, Andrew, they don't have any edges. They just hit the right face. They're going to right face, a left face, a straight face, and a face behind the bat. So just hit another face and down to third man. But good bowling from Saqib. I like the pace. He's come back and he's still bowling with high pace, which is very good to see.
3 singles from the over so far. Sets off on his run from the edge of the 30-metre circle, in and delivers, and there's nothing that Rovman Powell can do with that. Pushes it back to the bowler and is followed through, no run. We mentioned that there's no Jofra Archer today, no Adil Rashid, but interesting to see how much both of them have been doing officially drinks work around the boundary, but they've both been out having long conversations with teammates. Archer obviously talking to the seamers. Adil's been out relaying messages as well down to Ray and Ahmed, so they're still very much part of this team performance this evening, even though they're not actually in the playing 11. Saqib is in, it's down the leg side, it'll be a wide. Bowl it again. 54 needed from 44 balls the equation.
They're probably saying, lucky I missed this one.
No, it's good to see that the senior players who are not playing are coming onto the field and giving advice. But Josh Butler would not mind that at all. And obviously England are in the Caribbean to, as they say, to give opportunities to the other players so they can start to wrap their heads around who they're looking for going forward to the next T20 World Cup. A new coach is going to come on board in January as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Saqib's the bowl, the 5th ball of the over. Again, it's that fast bowler's length, just back of a good length, and Rovman Powell, he's got no width to work on it. It's punched to Liam Livingston at mid-off, no run. So 3 singles and a wide from the over so far.
And the key is pace. He's hitting the hard lens hard with pace. He hasn't tried a slower ball yet, and he's bowling with good pace, pushing Rovman Powell back. And Powell obviously getting a little frustrated. No boundaries have come in this over, and you have to give credit to Saqib to bowling 5 good deliveries so far.
You guys telling me that bowling back of a length is working?
In goes Saqib. The towel has come out the back of his trousers as he's delivered. It goes short and down the leg side. Rovman Powell can't catch up with it, and it will be called a wide down the leg side.
Just looking for to go to the extra pace there. Short ball went all pear shape. No, just coming, just sitting up in the pitch and bubbling over the gloves of Rovman Powell and through to Phil Salt. And one thing about the keepers, once the ball go down the leg side, they got this tendency to appeal. But umpire Gregory Barfoot is saying none of that, Mr. Salt. That is a wide. And Saqib will have to bowl an extra ball.
I think it would have been a dead ball anyway if it wasn't a wide because of the towel. So I don't think they were getting away with that no matter what they did.
Saqib then to bowl what he hopes will be the final ball of this over. 53 needed from 43. Oh, he's bowled a cutter outside of off stump, and Powell has launched this, and it'll land 5 rows back in the stands over mid-off for 6. Well, the first half of the over was great. The second half was okay. The final ball got mullered. 12-6 of the innings from the West Indies.
And the final ball is length. Just a light delivery, nothing behind it. And Powell just hit straight through the ball, straight through the line, over long off, almost taking away the security guard's head, and for another 6. Just a light length delivery. Instead of coming back and hitting the hard back of the length area, he just bought a light delivery, a floater. And Powell said, thank you very much, I'm going to float it over the long off boundary, which is done successfully. He moves now to 27 from 14. And West Indies are 47 runs from 42 balls. So clearly West Indies think that they're in a chance to win this game. Set up tomorrow quite nicely, chasing the highest target here at the Dar Sami Stadium will be very, very, very pleasing for Sami and the West Indies camp.
So a couple of sides have chased 215 or more in a T20 international in 18 overs and 5 balls. We were talking about it earlier. Rayan Ahmed to start the new over to Shimron Hetmyer off the back foot. He punches back to the bowler in reply. South Africa against Australia at Centurion last year, when they made 259 for 4 in 18 overs and 5 balls. Rayan Ahmed is in. Oh, Shimron Hetmyer's hit this miles up in the air. It all depends on the carry. And the answer is, it's not far enough. And it's a brilliant catch from Liam Livingstone, but he's hurt his knee in the process. Let's deal with the positive bit for England. That is a brilliant catch from Liam Livingstone, but he's managed to drive his knee into the turf in the outfield. Now I can see an awful lot of teeth, and I'm not sure whether it's a grimace in pain or actually a sort of a celebratory grin from him.
No, it was pain. He called. Well, I don't even know if he called, but I don't know if it was Jacob Bethel or Sam Curran. Someone came straight over to him and called for the physio to come on immediately. You said his knee on the replay, and even live, I wasn't sure it was his knee. I wondered if he rolled onto the ball, or did his shoulder, or...
Well, Hetmyer's failed again.
Hetmyer...
In all of that commotion, Hetmyer has failed.
No, you're
his
right, it was
highest score
his knee.
against England continues to be 14.
Yes, he did not reach that. He got halfway there.
7 from 9.
Yes, I continue to feel
halfway to your
Hetmyer.
highest score, is that good, Philo?
Pardon?
Halfway to your highest score, is that good?
Not when it's 14. But a very good catch from Liam Livingstone. He's smiling now. I think he's a little, he's like a Maradona. Touches the ground and he groans. He's looking for attention, but he's smiling. Hopefully the physio will say to him, listen, there's nothing wrong. It's just a little knock. Get up, you're hard. We just saw England playing South Africa in a rugby match, so he can get up and get cracking on. That's a very good cricket catch, a very good catch. A back of the arm delivery from the left arm, the leg spinner. Hetmyer looking to hit over long on, not getting anywhere near the ball, just getting height. Livingstone running back, keeping his eyes on the ball, which is key, and holding on to a very good catch coming over his right shoulder, and that right knee of his dropped into the hard surface at the Darren Sammy Cricket Stadium, and he was grimacing in pain, but he has done the job, dismissing the dangerous Hetmyer.
You say he was trying to hit over long one, but I think he was in the circle, wasn't he?
No, he was not in the circle, Jarrod. Don't be so
No,
biased.
I'm saying he was...
Liam Livingstone was outside the 30-yard circle, just about 20 meters from the boundary.
No, what I'm saying is when the field was in, I think he was actually in the circle. He ran back with the flight to take the catch.
No, he was outside the circle. I have 4 eyes. Jarrod, you have 2. I can see a little better than you because
Either
of
way,
my glasses.
He wasn't all the way back in the boundary.
No, he wasn't all the way back. It was a good catch because he was outside the circle.
He did very well, yeah.
And he did very well to take that catch. And that will bring Sherford Rutherford into strike. I'm disappointed with this young man. In Sri Lanka, he was the batter. In the ODI series, he looked good. And since the T20s have started, he just fell off the boil. And it's amazing how your form can fluctuate so quickly in between matches. And the matches, they don't have a lot of downtime. So it's quite strange why this guy has not shown consistency in the T20 series so far.
Well, Rayan Ahmed's now got 3 for 30, and he's going to go in and bowl to Rutherford, bringing him forward, playing defensively out on the offside. Should say Liam Livingstone has left the field to go and be checked out by the England medical staff. They will hope to get him back out there as certainly one of England's better fielders. Rayan Ahmed is in. Shafane Rutherford's got up and under this. Very similar kind of place to where Livingstone took the last catch, but this one has got just enough on it to land 1.5 meters over the boundary sponge. Bethel couldn't get around to that one, and Rutherford gets off the mark with a 6. West Indies need 41 from 38 here on talkSPORT 2.
Andrew, we were discussing these bats off here. He didn't get nowhere near that ball. That ball hit the toe end of the bat, and the ball barely dropped over the boundary's edge there at long on. Bethel, if he was on the boundary, maybe he could have had a better chance of taking a catch. And now we see Rutherford going down.
He's got cramp. He's got shot by a sniper.
He's had one ball, and it was funny because even when he was walking down the other end, wasn't he? And I thought to myself, he's not okay.
Yeah, he was limping. And
I think he'd actually given up. I think he thought he was getting caught.
He was just
walking off. And then all of a sudden it was 6, and he's gone down like he's been done from a sniper on the grassy knoll.
Yeah, he has to be careful. Obviously, Rutherford only faced 2 balls. He's hit 6 runs. Luckily for him that the fielder was not posted on the boundary's edge, because I believe if the fielder was on the boundary's edge, he would have stand a chance of taking that catch. I know in this modern day game, you can catch it, throw it onto the field, jump off and jump back on and take the catch.
Well, also the mid-off, a long off had come around, so he could have just passed it off to long off if that had been the case.
Agreed.
The physios are doing a lot of work out here, though.
Yes.
Becca. That was Dr. Dennis Byam. Do you remember my fact about Dr. Dennis Byam? Come on, it was a good one.
Come on.
He captained the Cuban cricket team.
Yes. And I was on a radio program a couple months ago with the Honorable Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, who's the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and he rates Dr. Byam highly. Because don't forget, we had Shamar Joseph in Australia with a bad toe, and Byam told him, come to my room. And the next day, he ran in and shocked Australia and shocked the entire world after getting a toe-crushing Yorker. So Dr. Byam is not only the medicine man, but he's the magical medicine man.
Absolutely. It's a great... If you're working in the medical industry in sport, it's a great reputation to have. So let's recap where we are while Rutherford gets treatment for cramp. West Indies were set 219 by England. England posting 218 for 5 from their 20 overs. Jacob Ethel was the top scorer, 62 from 32 deliveries. He was not out. Phil Todd made 55 from 35. Will Jacks 25 from 12. Joss Butler 38 from 23. Sam Curran was 24 from 13 at the end. In reply, West Indies went off like a scolded cat. Lewis and Hope. Evan Lewis made 68 from 31 when he was caught by the bowling of Dan Mosley off the bowling of Rayan Ahmed. First ball of the 10th over. The next delivery, Nicholas Pooran, new batter, pinged it straight to mid-wicket and set off for a run that wasn't there, then sent back Shea Hope. He was run out at the non-strikers end, 54 from 24. So that was 136 for 2. And then the next ball after that, Pooran edged it off of his own pad onto the stumps. Out, 2-ball duck, 136 for 3, 9 overs and 3 balls. Hetmeyer, the fourth to go, caught by Livingston off the bowling of Rayan Ahmed, 7 from the 9 balls that he'd faced. West Indies 172 for 4 then, they are 178 for 4 now, so 41 needed from 38 balls to win this game and set up tomorrow's game, well, a little bit more intriguing. England, of course, are already 3-0 up with only one more game after tonight to play, but it would at least give some jeopardy tomorrow, if you like, in the sense that could the West Indies get back-to-back wins if they were able to get over the line on this one. Right, Rutherford, they have rebuilt him. He is the $6 million man. And Rayan Ahmed has 2 balls left of his evening's work with the ball. In he goes around the wicket, bowls a googly. Rutherford plays it through point all along the floor. They'll take a single. 179 for 4. West Indies need 40 from 37. One thing
I found with Rayan Ahmed is that he bowls a lot of googlies to the left-handed batter, which I think is a giveaway.
In fairness, he just bowls a lot of googlies full stop.
But he doesn't bowl a leg break. So he's a googly bowler.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, he does have a leg break, but I would say he bowls up the wrong end about 70-75% of the time.
He goes in for his final ball of the evening and bowls it onto the middle of Rodman Powell's bat. And Rodman Powell lashes him into the crowd for 6. So Rayan Ahmed finishes with a wicket in his final over, but also finishes with 2 sixes. 4 overs, 3 for 43 are Rayan Ahmed's figures. And it means that the West Indies have reduced it further still. Do you know what? Earlier this evening, I looked at the win predictor, and England were at 91%. The West Indies are now 94%. That's how much of a swing this game has had.
If I'm not mistaken, I think both teams have been 20-1 at times.
And I think that why I would say that Rayan Ahmed should bowl more leg breaks, Powell is just confirming. Because with the googly, he's just bowling into the hitting zone. And most of the batters are going to let the hitman over long on. And Powell middling that ball, hit it way back for yet another 6. So it's something that he has to work on. If you're a leg break bowler, you're bowling to the right-handed batter. You want to bowl more leg breaks. Because the batters in the modern day look to swing the ball to the leg side. If you're bowling leg breaks, which is supposed to bowl from leg to off, and you swing to the leg side, the outside edge comes into play.
Bit of Dan Mosley time for his second over. It's pulled into the leg side by Rutherford, and it'll be away for a single as he's found the fielder at deep square leg, who is Will Jacks. They will take 186 for 4, 33 needed from 35.
Yeah, Mosley's back into the attack. Got a tap in his first over. The ball was short, and Rutherford going onto the back for the hit it down to deep square where Jacks is down there, get a single to bring Powell on strike.
Mosley around the wicket, short ball, head height, and it's pulled to Rayan Ahmed, who's at deep square leg, and they'll take a single.
I'll tell you something about Dan Mosley. He reminds me of a former Barbados and West Indies off spinner named Ryan Hurley. He was a genuine off spinner, but then he developed this quicker ball that was a bouncer. Not a big runner, but very, very strong. Dan Mosley reminds me of him, but he's more of a medium fast bowler.
Mosley, and once again pushed it by Rutherford out to extra cover. They'll take a single. 31 from 33. The one thing I would say about that bumper is I hope that he and Phil Salter works out a single, because as a former keeper myself, the prospect of Mosley coming in and sticking that one in halfway down the pitch and you not knowing.
Former? Have you retired?
Well, I'm semi-retired. That would scare the you-know-what out of me. Mosley around the wicket. Powell punches to mid-on. They will take a single over Tim Fields.
But Phil Salter's wicket keeper the helmet. I
still want to know, mate.
Yes, I know. I saw a video circulated in one of my chat groups. Carl Rackham was bowling to a batter, and he bat the ball. He missed the ball, missed the bat. I hit him full in his helmet. So I would think that they will have a sign, because he's no slouch. He's strong. He bowls at high pace, and if the batter decides to go down and the keeper doesn't know, he's going to bite it.
Mosley in. It's again at wide outside of off stump. Shortish ball. No timing from Rutherford at all. But it is an easy single. 29 now needed from 31. The West Indies have got the requirement under a run a ball. And I'll say it again, they're chasing 219 to win. They're 190 for 4.
Very good run chase so far by West Indies.
Final ball of the over. It's a lowish full toss from Mosley. Off of the pads is Powell clipping it out to Bethel at deep mid-wicket. They will take a single. So that is 15 overs gone. 191 for 4. As a comparison, England at this stage were 155 for 4. So the West Indies are off and over the hills and into the distance in front. England have to take wickets to win this game.
That's the only way they can win the game, Mark, is if they take wickets. 28 runs off 30 balls, and you've got 6 wickets in the hutch. You're easily cruising to a victory here. And this will be a fantastic win for West Indies, chasing the highest target at the Darren Sammy Stadium in a T20 game, being 3-0 down with 2 to play. Winning tonight will set up tomorrow even better, because England wouldn't like to lose 3 straight, and West Indies will obviously look to win 2 straight as well.
28 of 30. I'll be honest, I find it hard to see how England can win, but West Indies still making some odd decisions at times, so I can kind of see how they could lose it, if that makes sense. And I know Machel will feel comfortable with that statement more than anyone else. But Saqib coming back on certainly looked the pick of the bowlers so far for England tonight. No runs off the bat, I think, for his first 8 or 9 balls. Jon Norman.
And he's in now, is Mahmood. There will be a run from the bat of Rovman Powell, who moves to 37, pulling powerfully into the deep. That brings Rutherford on strike, who I saw needed treatment after 2 deliveries. Picked up cramp.
To be fair, he did have to walk to the other end after that first 6, so...
Good effort in the field from him as well.
I mean, he didn't look fit from the first ball, so I don't think we can be surprised he was struggling after facing 2 balls.
Michelle St Patrick Hewitt is back with us here on talkSPORT 2. West Indies lost 2 wickets immediately after he said that they would win the game. So we'll just have to wait and see, as this is defended back to Saqib Mahmood. And you're right, Jarrod, he looked very impressive earlier on. West Indies were 5 without loss after 2 overs. All 5 runs coming from John Turner's opening 6 balls. His second over went for 25, and West Indies continued their merry way, hitting 108 from the next 7 overs before losing 3 wickets in 3 balls. Middle of those by way of a run out, as Mahmood is in again. And this is a good length delivery on the pads of Rutherford, who takes a single to Jacob Bethel, who runs in from the mid-wicket boundary. So 26 runs needed from 27. 6 wickets in hand, 2 set batters at the crease. And Mahmood is about to be bowled out. Consolation victory surely is within West Indies' grasp here. Machel.
Yeah, I think as Jarrod said, it's hard to come up with an equation where they lose this one.
Mahmood again. This is defended back to the bowler by Powell, and it does seem like West Indies are just going to see him off.
That's not what I said. I said I can't see how England could win this, but I said I still could see how West Indies could lose it. But yeah, no, look, it's obviously very, very unlikely. But England just don't seem to have the players to win it. But when you watch Rutherford come out in second ball, try and get caught, and then fall over from the exhaustion of trying to get caught, you do think to yourself, well, they're only a couple of wickets away from madness.
Mahmood again, past the umpire, and a single taken from Powell. He moves to 38 from just 21 deliveries, and West Indies 194 for 4. They've not come close to hauling in a total like the one England set them earlier today when Jacob Bethel top score with 62 not out, 55 to Phil Salt. Runs for Jacks, Salt, Jacks, Butler and Curran. But it was that blitz. Evan Lewis, 68 from 31 balls. West Indies hitting 52 from 12 balls at one stage as Rutherford will see off the over with another single to the leg side. And that's it. Saqib Mahmood done. 4 overs, no wickets, but he went for just 24. By far the best economy rate. Although I don't have Rain Ahmed's figures in front of me.
Well, he's got 3 of the he's got 3 wickets, has he not? Or maybe possibly 2, in fact. But should West Indies go on to win this game, and obviously with another T20 World Cup about 18 months away, so it's hard to draw major conclusions from it all. But
let's do it anyway.
Yeah, as I now attempt to do so. I do just wonder how worried Darren Sammy would be that his team looks no closer to knowing how to set totals. Like, don't get me wrong, any game that West Indies in where they have to chase, you give them a strong chance. But if you can't set a total and you're planning to win a World Cup,
I would, if I was working with them now, I would be saying let us bat first in every single T20 game between now and then.
John Turner back for his 4th over. His second one was very expensive, and this is full on the pads and single taken to square leg by Shafane Rutherford, who moves to 13. West Indies need to watch themselves here, because I understand that I mean, they only have to
they lose 3 more wickets in 3 balls
again. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those ones you're asking pressure. You're invited 23 from 28, and I understand this way of going about things for another over or 2, but 23 from 23. Turner again, forward is Powell, and that's a dot ball.
I think me and Mash have seen Powell do this before, where sometimes he looks really defensive and then he just goes okay, and he flicks the switch and he hits 3 sixes in a row. But I've also seen him try and do that and get bowled, and so he puts pressure on everyone else sometimes. But he's actually quite a good chaser for a player who's not really known as that kind of a player.
Yeah, I just have a feeling that they're biding their time. This game will be won by them hitting 6s and 4s.
Turner again, and he's trapped him in front of the patter stumps, and the finger's gone up. Powell trying to hit across the line. Looks like he's been hit adjacent. Powell's going to review, but it seems to me it's more in hope than expectation. And have the West Indies lost their 5th wicket? England and the umpire say yes, and we will wait and see whether the 3rd umpire agrees.
The umpire to director.
I thought that was plumb, and the only thing that could save him is him hitting it, and Phil Salt took the catch.
I've already checked the feet. It's a
yeah, hold on a minute. Yeah, good point. Yeah, I completely forgot about that.
So unless I've seen something, unless I've missed something obvious here, that just looked like it hit him straight in front of middle stump. And that's going to be out LBW. And if he did hit it, Mash, he's out court. But he didn't hit it.
Use ultra edge to confirm.
What a bizarre review. He was looking at his bat when he reviewed it, so...
Ultra edge coming up.
He did kind of review it in that way where you're like, I know I'm out, but, you know, why
well,
not?
He's already walking, but we did see him walk in the first T20 and come back. I don't think he's coming back this time.
Maybe that's what happened. He thought, well, maybe I did hit it and I didn't realise. Because he wouldn't have... I don't think he knew Salt caught it.
Yeah, good
Go
point.
back to Greg on field. Greg, you will stay with your original out decision. You're on screen, make your signal.
So West Indies have lost their 5th wicket. 196 for 5. Powell's gone.
Mash, I know we're on talkSPORT 2, but could you give us... Is there any Caribbean cricket podcast nerves you have here?
Well, I was just about to say, I wonder if they'll bring Roston Chase in next, as in I don't think they should, but I'll explain why. As Jonathan Norman was saying, 23 from 23 looks fairly straightforward, but when you're just dotting up and happy to go for singles, you invite pressure on yourself. Roston Chase isn't a big hitter. And they do need at least a bound. They need a boundary just to kind of take the pressure off. The pressure being self-inflicted, of course.
Well, don't go anywhere, folks. This game is still alive. Roston Chase, 3 balls left of John Turner's 4th over. See how he approaches things as Turner is in. Well, one wide slip in place, and Chase gets on the front foot, pushes this into the offside, and it's a single. He gets off the mark, but Windies need 22 from 20. And apart from that 1-6 hit by Rutherford, he hasn't looked to go big. He's just been content to just push the ball around. So they do have batting to come. Hussain and Moti.
I think Rutherford's going to go for a shot within this next 2 balls.
Turner is in, and it's pitched up on the pads, and it's driven to long on for a single. Rutherford, if he's going to go big, it won't be in this over. 1 ball left, Roston Chase to face. Windies need 21 from 19.
So Turner bowls out after this, which leaves 3 overs left. Sam Curran gets, 2 of them? Has he got 2 left, Sam Curran?
Yeah, Curran's got 2.
Who are they going to give the last one to?
You're pushing a bit. It's going to be Mosley. Unless Overton can bowl. 1 over. Turner again. And dot ball to finish the over. So the pressure has been put back on the Windies. 3 runs coming from Turner's final over and the wicket of the West Indies skipper, Rodman Powell. And it's all getting a little nervy. West Indies still require 21 from 18. Question is, who will bowl these final 3 overs? Sam Curran will be bowled out. He'll bowl over number 18 and 20. And I guess it'll be Mosley to bowl number 19, unless Overton can be trusted with one.
I don't think Overton's bowling, because he certainly would have bowled by now, so I would assume Mosley. They've used him a couple of times in that role already. I didn't think he came back and bowled an over before, and I didn't think he bowled particularly well, so he'll have to bring it back. But England will be happy it's more runs than balls. You know, we've seen, I know this is a very different kind of ground, but we did see during the World Cup a couple of times when teams are allowed it to go that more runs versus balls, that the pressure just got back on top of them a little bit. So don't think Curran's bowled. I think he's bowled terribly, actually. So he's going to have to pull back his form as well.
And it is Curran. Left arm round the wicket, over the wicket rather. And there's a play and a miss from Rutherford. This was there to be hit. And it was a pretty nondescript shot from Rutherford. Just prodding at the ball.
Certainly the West Indian body language here is looking like they're definitely bringing pressure on themselves, which can only be released by somebody going for an ill-judged big shot. So something's got to give at this stage.
I love that it has to be ill-judged.
Rutherford, plenty resting on his shoulders from the 3 changes tonight. He goes to the big shot. He's got a leading edge. It's gone miles in the air, and Sam Curran running back for some reason hasn't gone for the catch. It was his catch. It was Curran's catch. Instead, he let long off run in, but The fielder wasn't going to get anywhere near it, and the ball has just landed in the outfield.
Well, it was the ill-judged big shot. I'll give you that for a start. 4 players converging on it. Was Josh Butler the closest one to it? I know you said it was Curran, but Butler was running in quicker than...
I think both the guys running back, they must have heard a call, because I can't imagine they were so much closer to the ball unless one of them called it and put both of them off. I think whoever was running in called it wrong, would be my guess. So it wasn't Overton, it was whoever was that long off. But Bethel. You're right. Was it Bethel? So I think Bethel might have called it, and he got nowhere near it, whereas Curran or Butler probably could have got to that.
Curran stopped first, and he was the closest to begin with.
And he stopped early.
Yeah.
That was a truly bizarre moment. 4 fielders running in, and the 2 closest to the ball stopped. And there was no chance Bethel was ever going to get there. So a moment that goes away of the West Indies. 20 needed, 16 balls to get them in. The batters did cross. Chase is facing up, and he has spooned this delivery up and over where mid-on would be, and the fielder comes in from the boundary. Another single to the score. 200 up for the West Indies. An entertaining game we're bringing you here on talkSPORT 2 and by the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. West Indies, I'm not sure what the odds say, must be favourites. 19 from 15, but
I mean, something about this. They were huge favourites before. I think people are getting a bit twitchy now, and rightfully.
Here is Curran again. Rutherford will take a single. Ryan Ahmed running in from point. Fields, and again, just a nervy little moment. 201 for 5. Roston Chase to face.
I think there's a run-out chance there, but I don't think anyone from England backed up.
Yeah, I'd like to see that again, because it did look like Ryan Ahmed was about to throw the stumps down, or at least attempt to, and then decided against it. But there must be somebody on the boundary. I mean, either way, 18 needed from 14. Roston Chase, 2 from 3. Wide of the crease, Sam Curran. And Chase is a tall man, and he rides this. Good throw from the deep by Mahmood, but can't stop Chase from coming back for a second.
We're entering that period where, assuming Mosley bowls the 19th, we're entering that period. Sam Curran's got 1 left. How much can Curran work with? I think Curran can work with 9 and win the match for England. But this 19th over is going to be very critical.
West Indies took 38 balls to go from 150 to 200. That's the slowest 50 of the match. Maybe they thought they had the game done. Last ball of Curran's 3rd over, and it's drilled back to the bowler. And there's a rolling stop from Butler at mid-on. So, decent over for England. 6 runs coming from it. 15 needed from 12. And now all the pressure will be on what we imagine would be Dan Mosley to bowl over number 19.
This game has had so many twists, and it's hard to even call or describe to the listener how at one point in this game West Indies were 136 for 1 after 8 overs, and inexplicably they now look like they might lose the game.
And they were also, how many runs did they score off the first 12 balls of the game? Was it 5?
5.
Oh yeah, of course.
I mean, they didn't get within about a foot and a half of Saqib for ages. It's a remarkable game, really.
They hit 133 in 8 overs.
That's good. The rest of their innings, they've been quite not good.
Yes, yes.
Okay, Roston Chase then is going to face, and it's Dan Mosley, whose 2 overs have gone for 19.
Now, he bowled really short before when he came on. I think now, just bowl full and straight, attack the stumps, and hope that West Indies make a mistake by trying to hit a boundary.
Mosley is in, and there's a thick inside edge. Chase has tried to smash this to mid-wicket. Jacks is going to run round from square leg, and it's just the 2. So a little bit of fortune going both ways.
Oh, I tell you what, the there are some parts of this ground where the ball races, and there are other parts where it just stops. Anywhere else on the ground, that's 4.
Down the ground, that would have been, that would have sped away.
13 needed, 11 balls to get them in.
Is that due? Maybe just coming onto the ball. He's certainly drawing it.
He's got the quicker one, hasn't he?
Flatter and drilled down to long off by Chase. Just be a single.
So this is for me. This is a critical period now with Rutherford on strike. I don't think Rutherford, and he shouldn't. I don't think he has the patience anymore to nudge and nurdle and turn over strike. I think he knows one big 6 from him, and the game's pretty much done. The question is he going to pick the right ball to try and hit for 6, or if he's just going to premeditate it?
What will be interesting is if they think he's going to do that. We saw Mosley bowl a bouncer, surprise bouncer. They're changing the ball, by the way. Something wrong with the seam, by the look of it. Might have just split open a little bit. This might help England as well. If there was any due, then they'll get a replacement ball here. But if he does think Rutherford's going to come for him, if he bowls that surprise bouncer, there's every chance that Rutherford just spoons it straight up in the air. It's actually very hard to hit a fast short ball from a spinner, even a faster spinner, if you're premeditating a little bit, because you're just a little bit behind where you should be.
Well, Phil Salt, Joss Butler, keeping conversation with Dan Mosley, playing in his first overseas tour for England.
Do they not have a spare ball?
They look like they're walking off the pitch, but obviously somebody would be running on at some point. Looks like we're ready to go again.
Here we go. West Indies tried a couple of times to get a new ball, didn't they, during that third T20. So they'll be watching on ruefully. 207 then for 5 West Indies. They need 12 runs from 10 deliveries. Dan Mosley.
Is that Johnson Charles? I think you believe it is.
Is that Johnson Charles in the Johnson Charles stand?
Here's Mosley, it's a full toss, it's been clubbed down the ground and saved from reaching the boundary by Jamie Overton, who gets the ball back. And that is a terrific bit of fielding, because he almost affected a run out as well. And did the West Indies only manage to take a single from that?
That's all they managed to run. The ball has gone all the way down to, well, Jamie Overton's run on from long on even, and they've only gone for 1.
Mosley again, full toss again. Can't grip the ball particularly well in these dewy conditions, but West Indies, who just saunter a single, can't capitalise.
It can't be that dewy, they just replaced it. He's bowled 2 full tosses with what should be a dry ball. To be fair, I think he's just going for Yorkers and getting this wrong, but they haven't got away in this over yet, the West Indies. A sneaky dot ball here would be very interesting.
10 needed from 8 deliveries. What can Mosley give Sam Curran and England to defend in the final over? It's Rutherford, left-hander, and he has been smashed. Mosley just over the boundary at long on for 6. It looked like the fielder was going to run round and pocket the catch, but he had just enough on the shot, and that may well be the deciding blow in this contest.
Was that the quicker Yorker he was trying again, or just trying to dart that one in a bit quicker? Either way, Rutherford's got underneath it, and that was the shot, that was the moment he was obviously looking for.
I think he clothed that for 6. It just didn't look like he hit that right. I thought long on was just going to come around and take a simple catch.
Last ball of the over, full toss. And that is one of the highest hits of the evening. Sealed with a 6. West Indies do win the match. It's Rutherford there at the end. Back-to-back boundaries, just as it was getting very, very nervy. And the West Indies have beaten England by 5 wickets.
Well, it was always likely that if the West Indies were going to win this, they were going to do it with some 6s. And you could tell that Shafane Rutherford was chomping at the bit. Nearly got out, having hit one well. But England will possibly look back at that Rutherford chance, which went right up in the air, and 4 players converged on it, all essentially pulled out of taking the catch. And there's Rutherford who's there at the end with 2 back-to-back sixes, which seal. It's a consolation win for the West Indies, but if you manage to listen to this all the way through, what a dramatic game that we had.
It has. The last couple of games have been really entertaining. So if you have joined us here on talkSPORT 2, talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, hope you've enjoyed the action. England walk off beaten, not unbowed though. They posted a fine first innings score of 218 for 5. There were runs from Jackson, Salt, Butler, Curran and Bethel. The West Indies overcame the first 2 overs of the power play, in which they scored just 5 runs. That included Saqib Mahmood maiden to blast away 133 coming from the next 8 overs before 3 wickets in 3 balls, a team hat-trick for England, and they really huffed and puffed all their way to the penultimate over, bowled by Dan Mosley. And finally Shafane Rutherford, who at the start of the over really should have been, beforehand, should have been caught, pummeled 2 big boundaries to win the game for the West Indies. Going to have a full debrief and look back at the match, hear from some of the key players involved as well. Big thanks from myself, Jon Norman, Jarrod, Kimber, and coming up alongside Andrew McKenna for the following on show will be Machel St Patrick Hewitt and the former West Indies international Philo Wallace.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
International T20 cricket live. The West Indies versus England.
And he's nicked the next ball through to the keeper on talkSPORT 2.
A very good evening to you. I'm Andrew McKenna, and this is the Following On podcast. I'm alongside the former West Indian batter Philo Wallace and the co-host of the Caribbean Cricket podcast, Machel St Patrick Hewitt, to look back at the 4th T20 between the West Indies and England as the West Indies chased down 229 to win by 5 wickets. Another game where the team winning the toss won the game, although that doesn't really tell you the full story. We'll be discussing that. We'll hear from some of the key players involved tonight, and we'll look ahead to the final game of the series tomorrow. So plenty to come over the next few minutes. This is Following On. Well, what a performance. What a game of cricket. Yes, you can argue the series has already gone, but it was a heck of a game. This 4th game of this 5-match T20 series. England 3-0 up, of course, coming into this 4th game, so they already had the series in the bag. But for the first time, the West Indies won the toss, and as we alluded to there in the introduction, win the toss, win the game. Yeah, not quite as straightforward as that. England put 218 for 5 on the board, batting first from their 20 overs. Salt 55, Jacks 25, Butler 38, Bethel 62, Livingston 4, Curran 24 were the batters used. Gurkesh Moti was the most successful in terms of the wicket takers with 2 for 40, although Alzari Joseph bowled really well, 1 for 33 from 4. So the West Indies was at 219 to win. The highest successful run chase in St Lucia previously was 197 for 7. So they were being asked to go a long way past that, and it would actually be the highest total on the ground, because 218 for 5 by England equalled the West Indies against Afghanistan earlier this year. So we're talking record-breaking potential. But the way that Evan Lewis and Shai Hope went out, it was almost a done thing pretty early on. Lewis made 68 from 31, Hope 54 from 24, but they were dismissed in consecutive balls. Pooran made it 3 in 3 in a team hat-trick from England as Rayan Ahmed took 2 wickets, and then there was a run out. And then Rodman Powell 38 from 23, Shimron Hetmeyer 7 from 9, and Shafane Rutherford and Roston Chase saw it home, 29 from 17 balls from Rutherford. Chase 9 from 8. The West Indies not only won by 5 wickets, but did so with 6 balls to spare. It was a quite remarkable set of circumstances. Rayan Ahmed 3 for 43 from his 4 overs. Turner 1 for 42 from 4 on his international debut, plus the run-out. The West Indies win this game. I have to therefore turn immediately to my right and the former West Indian batter Philo Wallace. What an incredible game of cricket. What an incredible win for the West Indies.
Yes, a very good win for West Indies. Obviously 3-0 down in a 5-match series coming into this 4th game with all the odds against them, and then stack even higher, having to chase down the highest total of 219 to win. And they've done that with 6 balls to spare. When you look at the way they've approached the run chase, you can say that it was picture perfect. I thought the pitch as well at the Darren Stadium played wonderfully well. It's the same pitch they used on Thursday, so just obviously a lot firmer, not as much moisture as in the Thursday game, and the outfield obviously would have quickened up. But again, the execution by Hope and Lewis at the top, a perfect start to any run chase. And I said in the beginning, in order to chase down targets of such, you need a good start, and that is what they had. And they continued on their merry way. They lost 3 wickets, but then Rahman Powell, the captain, continued to show his consistency. And this guy, Rutherford, he's coming to his own in Sri Lanka. He's not had the best of T20 series, but you can see his skills. And he's very composed. He was lucky, yes. Could have been out. He hit the ball between 4 fielders. But on the day, you will bet Rutherford to win games for you. And that was well done by him. And obviously that will give West Indies a big boost going into tomorrow's game.
And Machel, as I turn to you, it's almost an even bigger boost for the fact that they've won this game. That at half time they're probably thinking, oh blimey, because we've said for the last couple of days, average score batting first in St Lucia in T20 games is 160. England have gone miles past that with 218. I can think of a lot of sides that would have gone, well, what chance have we got there for? But actually, the way that Lewis and Hope came out was phenomenal. Let's just get some thoughts on the England innings and the way they approached it, because we said England actually wouldn't mind batting first on this because they need some practice and work out how to set scores. Boy, did they set a score.
Yeah, no, I don't think England can look back at their batting and say, I'm sure they'll be critical and say, we might have left 10, 15 out there. I think, because actually if you look back at about the 18th over, I want to say they were 200ers up, and then there was a point where I thought actually they could get 240 here. So you could say West Indies slightly brought it back right at the death. I think Obed didn't go for much in the final one, so on and so forth. But 218, 9 times out of 10 you're winning with that total. So it's hard to be critical of the England's batting approach. I thought the ball played true, they could hit through the line, but in many ways the West Indies would have looked at that and thought, well, that plays to our strength, and we like to chase. We've added an extra batter, so it wouldn't have surprised me if at the halfway stage they probably did fancy themselves to chase it down, just because of how true it was playing. But there'll be questions that both teams, I think, once West Indies have got past the high of the victory, I think there'll be questions that both teams will be asking themselves, in so much as it's been a chase-in series thus far. England, yes, will be glad that they got a chance to set a total. West Indies have shown they can't set a total. And England will possibly look at their bowling today and say, how effective are we without Jofra? West Indies might look at their bowling and say, can we really get by in a T20 match with only 5 bowlers? So there's still lots of unanswered questions that both sides have got, and I don't want to be too down on the West Indian performance. A win is a win is a win. But if you win doing what your strength is, what have you learnt in that win? But a win is a win is a win.
Absolutely. All donations gratefully received and all of that. There's got to be some key moments in any game, in any win. And Philo, you and I were actually talking about this off air earlier on, when we were talking about the 1 over of Liam Livingstone. Liam Livingstone bowled the 8th over of the West Indian reply. It went for 30. Now all of a sudden, if that goes at a regulation 12, 14, all of a sudden it's a different game. West Indies win this game with 6 balls to spare, chasing down 219. Now look, I'm not blaming Liam Livingstone, whatever, but there's normally a moment or two in a game that feels like a really big moment now.
Yeah, when you look back at it in the bowling department, Livingston won over, I went for 30 runs. You would say that if he was a lot tighter, maybe England would have stand a chance of winning. And it goes to show that you just in this game called T20 cricket, you just need that one over that can break the shackles.
Well, I'll tell you what, Joss Butler's speaking with Nikhil at the presentation ceremony. Let's hear from the England captain.
And Jack's putting pressure on them, and I thought we needed at least 220.
Right, and given that you got the 218, they got off to a really good start. Just give us some insight into how, as captain, you're using the field placings to try to put pressure on them.
Yeah, I think obviously they played exceptionally well. They put us under a lot of pressure. So it's just trying to do something different, try and drag their attention away somehow. They're hitting it over the fielders when they're in sort of conventional positions. So we just thought about trying to create something with people in different areas, or just trying to take their focus away.
And obviously we didn't see Jamie Overton tonight bowling. How is he doing? Is he good? Was that just management?
Yeah, he's good. We've just have to manage his workload throughout the series. So unfortunately he couldn't bowl today.
A quick word on Rayan Ahmed. Obviously hasn't played a lot of T20 cricket for you guys. Where is he fitting into the plans of you guys in the T20 format?
Yeah, I think wrist spinners are like gold dust in T20 cricket in terms of wicket takers, and you need to find ways to take wickets, and I thought he was very brave today with the way he bowled. He got us back into the game by that one over where we created those chances. So he's a young guy full of confidence, and can see him playing a big part in the future.
And just quickly, series is won. What would you like to see improve slightly tomorrow?
Nothing much really, to be honest. I thought we played pretty well. I thought it was a really good performance, batting first to put up a really good score and put the West Indies under pressure, and they played well to chase it down.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow then. Go well. Joss Butler, England captain.
Thank you, Nikhil. So there you go, the England captain in conversation with Nikhil Chandani at the presentation ceremony. Just going to pause, see if we can hear from Rovman Powell just quickly. Yes, we can.
I think the guys were a little bit more committed today. Obviously the toss fall in our hands. It's been a series where once you win the toss, you seem to win the game. But having said that, I think the guys play well today.
Give us some insight into your selection. You guys went in with the 5 out-and-out bowlers. We saw you bowl as well.
Yeah, it's always a thing where we're trying to tinker with our selection to see our best combination. We realize that maybe 5 bowlers isn't our best suit, but sometimes based on the combination we would have to use it. Shepherd, because of the wet outfield the last one, he come up with a sore grind. So we were forced today to only use 5 bowlers.
Robin, touch on Alzari Joseph, his spell today, but also how you see him leading your attack going into that next T20 World Cup.
Yeah, he's very, very important for us, and we know that, we are like that. He's the spirit of our attack for a long time now. It's just for other bowlers to keep on getting close to his standard, and once, as a bowling group, we keep on improving, we should be okay.
And how have you and the think tank sort of thought about deepening the pool of fast bowling reserves in the Caribbean and for your T20 side?
To be honest, we don't have a lot. We've been looking around the Caribbean. You see, we just carrying Obed McCoy because we're really looking around the Caribbean for bowlers. So it's an opportunity for bowlers in the Caribbean, wherever they are, to just keep on putting good performance. The coach is looking out. But having said that, I think the guys are actually trying. It's been very tough for us as a bowling group this series, but commend the guys all the way. They are trying.
All right, and looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely. As I said in the last meeting, is that 3-2 is better than 3-1 or 4-1. You understand? So there's still a lot to play for. The people of St. Lucia have paid their money and come out to watch us win games, and we're trying our best to do that for them.
Thank you for your honesty as always.
Rovman Powell in conversation with Nikhil Chandani. I tell you what, I wish you could see Rovman Powell as he's doing that interview, because his team have just won a record-breaking run chase, and he looks like he's lost a fiver and found a pound. He looks dejected. Now, look, it might be a case of, look, you've won a game when the series is already gone. Let's not be too triumphalistic about it. But that's a heck of a run chase. I want him to be a bit more enthused by the whole thing. Am I wrong here, Philo?
There's no emotion at all coming from him. No excitement in his voice. Nothing. But yet the team went out there and batted and won a high chasing game. And you should show a bit more flair. Feel confident in yourself when you speak. But obviously he would say, well, they were 3-1 down, we have one to go. If you win this 3-2, we lost. But he said in the meeting that he said it's better to lose 3-2 than to lose 4-1. So this is one step closer to getting that second game. And winning this game tonight is a big, big, big achievement. It would have pushed England back. Because England, obviously, there's no Rashid, there's no Joffa Archer. Overton did not bowl. Liam Livingston bowled 1 for 30. So there's a lot of positives for West Indies. England obviously have to rethink and rejiggle what they're going to do in the final game. Shakil Mahmood has bowled wonderfully well, but he did not pick up any early wickets. And that is another plus in the West Indies camp. And the good start that they had, that is something that they know that they can build on starting from tomorrow. Shea Hope, Evan Lewis, that combination has worked tonight because of sensible batting. We don't know what surface they're going to use tomorrow. Maybe it'll be the same one. And it'll set it up. But I don't want to hear you win the toss, you win the game. I want to hear we chase the target down successfully because we had good partnerships going through the innings up to the 19th over.
I think we might be on the same pitch tomorrow, just looking what they're currently doing. It looks like normally if you've finished with the pitch, they're normally out there with an enormous hose watering it, whatever, and they're not, which makes me think we might be on the same one again tomorrow. And to be fair, it's played like an absolute belter this evening, so why not give it another go? Mash, just from a West Indian point of view, just to pick up on that about Rothman Powell, does he need to sort of stick his chest out a little bit more and say, and almost come out with the, well, when we get it right, that's what we can do kind of thing, just to sort of buoy everybody up a bit?
So my working theory on why I took that interview as a very kind of business-like approach to it. And let me explain, in so much as under his captaincy alongside Darren Sammy, they've won an awful lot of series. The quality of the opposition notwithstanding, they've won in South Africa, beat South Africa at home twice, beat England last year, beat India last year, went into that World Cup genuinely believing they could win the World Cup. So this will be the first series, I think, since Australia. Actually, they played Australia and lost 2-1 earlier in the year. But this will be a rare series defeat. So I just wonder if part of it is, yeah, we've played well, but that's too little too late. And we should have shown up earlier in the series. So I think let's see, if they win tomorrow, argument's sake, let's see how buoyant he is then in terms of overall reflections. But I think it's just more of a case of that Darren Sammy and Rothman Powell aren't actually used to losing as a T20 side.
Very interesting as well. Joss Butler saying there about Overton not bowling this evening. It was basically he's not down to bowl today because it is going to be a bowl one day rest. So that would put him available to bowl tomorrow. So it'll be interesting to see. England made a change coming into today with Turner replacing Jofra Archer. It meant that Archer and Adil Rashid were sitting out on the sideline. With the series already won, they have that ability, therefore, to mix it and match, give some other players a bit of a go. Now, do we therefore get to see Pepper tomorrow in the final game? I think he's with Jeffrey Chauhan already having gone home. I think he's therefore the only member of the squad who hasn't got any action and game time so far. So it will be interesting to see if he does make an appearance in this series. So there's one game to go. We'll be back with you same time, same place tomorrow. It is 7:30 on air in time for the toss. First ball at 8 o'clock in the evening as we round this whole thing off in St Lucia once again with the fifth and final T20 International. England are 3-1 up. They've lost one this evening, but in fairness, it was an absolute thriller from start to finish and a privilege to bring it to you here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and here on talkSPORT 2. In goes Obed McCoy and it's launched.